All right, everybody. Welcome to game again. It's been forever. I'm glad to get the gang back together and try to get going. So we will need a little bit more recap than usual, given the month-long break. But let's try to get started. Does anyone remember where we started last session? What was the beginning of session last time?
We were on our ship, and we were trying to recover as best we could so we could go fight.
Ah, yes. We had just healing surge, vampire, willing participants.
All the willing participants that could make a choice to be vampired.
And then we spun to hope.
And do I have... Let's see if I can pull that map back out for helpfulness, but I actually don't know where that map is. So I was going to put you guys on that room. Aha, Haven War Room. Do have treat. So there was some fighting. There were some friendly neighborhood soul poisoner wraiths that wanted to introduce themselves and get to know everybody really well. How'd that go?
I mean, it depends who you ask.
I thought it went great. Morin ate shit. The rest of us, chilling.
We got them all.
Did.
So what then?
So we mind-controlled Hope.
Mm-hmm.
And we met up with Charl, the ghoul.
Yes.
And then On came and told us we fucked everything up.
I don't think she said that to us.
A little bit. Oh, yeah. To Fernand. Or, yeah. He fucked everything up. But it's kind of our fault. We kind of convinced him to do that.
No, he didn't. We said we have them trapped here, and he goes, "Oh, they're trapped? I'm going there."
Yeah, I mean, we convinced him as much as you put ice cream in front of a kid, and they're going to eat it.
An apt metaphor for how it sounded like that battle went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that how that battle sounded like it went?
Not at all. It was pretty close.
Slurpee.
Slurpee?
I mean, that poor gnome or whatever, the dock master got so traumatized he had to stop watching.
Yeah, but Fernand is like missing limbs now, right?
Yeah. That's like
missing
a
a
candy
leg.
ice cream cone.
They'll grow back.
But specifically, the outcome of that battle is the reason why On's plans are thwarted for the night, that she can't kill the head of Whis or the Night King.
Why?
Because she only wants a sure bet.
Yeah. And On was being a little bit more forthcoming with her reasoning today than she has been in the past. And in sort of dressing down Fernand and explaining that she told him to be ready, and this does not count as ready. There was another little bit of interesting stuff that happens. Does anyone remember anything else from that?
Wasn't she like ignoring me the whole time or something?
Ignoring is a very specific word that I do not think is appropriate. pointedly not addressing you. Although we don't have confirmation on that. But I think it's intentional that she was not addressing.
Probably, yep.
I want it to be stronger than ignoring.
Do we think that she didn't know he was there, or she was like snubbing him? I was unclear on that.
Unsure. No, my poor apple. All right, not sure. And yeah, anything else happened in that conversation? Because you guys had a lot of talking with Hope and On and Fair No in this little thing.
We learned the Night King was her brother. And we also talked to her about the orb. 5 of 7.
She has one.
She has 2.
One. She has
One.
2? I thought she has 1. And she said she promised it to give it to someone if they had collected all the others.
Right. Oh, right. That was
And then she told us where to find at least 2 others, maybe 3.
2 others. Yeah, yeah.
She also asked me if I wanted to give her the spear when I die. Which, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just that. There was a bit of a discussion about.
Oh, she also said she would try to adopt some of the religious aspects that I have taken.
And she was kind of making the point that they weren't really necessarily conflicting with the way that she was already operating.
Mm-hmm.
So not just, oh, you talk a good talk, maybe you've convinced me to change my ways, but rather the mission statement you've laid down seems to match up pretty well with what I'm doing. Maybe we're not that far apart and that sort of thing. So On let you know about the orbs. Did she have any other bits of information about what to do next or things that are going on?
She told us that Lord Aegis is like okay. Is that correct? Gary?
She did not say the words Aegis is okay.
I know that. But like in the she didn't tell us he was good.
She said that, well, what I wrote down is that they'll suffer losses, but will pull through.
Yeah, she doesn't think that the Legion is, or that Aegis is down and out. But she was hoping to use this opportunity to go get some shit done. And is very obviously annoyed that she's not able to do so. So anything else?
She told us some of the theories surrounding the connection between the Imperium ships and the walkers.
She also mentioned that she had a sort of a preference for theories, right? You asked her, like, what is going on with this? And she's like, well, here is the sort of accepted theories on things. And then this is the one that I personally am, that I think is more likely to be true personally. What is the one that she seems to be sort of personally invested in?
The ships were designed to counter the walkers in some way. Each one specifically to a walker.
She also had a little private convo that we were not privy to. I don't remember what the lead up to that conversation was, though.
With Therese, I think.
But like, why?
Yeah.
She like said something that was like, "Hey, step into my office,"
hmm
and then made her own office.
Now, there is an element here that it is very clear to you guys as characters, maybe not you guys as players, but at the moment, that would have not have seemed particularly strange, right? Like, Therese and Fernot are her like there's sort of her top servants and people that have been serving her for presumably hundreds, if not thousands of years. And so the idea of she's having a conversation and she pulls one of those two people aside and has a conversation with them personally, that would not be unusual. That'd be like, okay, well, there's something that is going on there that she wants to keep hidden, but you guys know that she has lots and lots of secrets anyways.
And it's possible that knowing that information could be dangerous to us.
Yep.
What else happened? Sally died.
Oh yeah. Clotho didn't like that.
And Clotho has been in her sort of neutral form and has been very disconnected since that occurred.
hmm
And then you guys had a little aside with Hope. And Hope explained, or rather, you guys sort of got a combination of Hope explaining and you guys understanding the context to the first conversation that you all had with Hope and what she was trying to do as she was leaving the room originally. What was that context? Like, what was, and Hope kind of was like, hey, you guys probably already know this, but in case you don't, here's a thing that I've learned. What is the thing that I've learned?
In regards to what? I'm sorry.
It was the
It's-
name thing.
Yeah.
Oh, thus invoke their name 3 times. Or ask their name 3 times. It makes them angry. Angy.
And Hope's like, it's not a perfect thing, but it does seem to aggravate them an incredible amount. So, you know, if you don't have that as a test, maybe add it to the list of things you can do. You consider to do if you're actually fighting against.
I wonder if that would work on random eyeless folks.
Like if we just start yelling at them, "What is your name?" We'll just do that every battle from now on.
Like make everyone
'Cause-
Rihanna.
'cause they don't want to give their name, right?
I think they don't have names. I think it's
I-
like
I like what Kylie had said, which is like they don't quote unquote exist. So giving themselves names causes them to quote unquote exist. I think that's a fine.
So in that case, Nayreeve, who was missing an eye, would pass that test, right?
because she had a name.
Mm-hmm. Because she gave us, we asked for it.
Huh. But I don't know. Remember, at I don't even know if you guys were there, if this was just a conversation I had with Gary, but there's something about like, because I was trying to pick. So I'm getting a new ritual where I can like link with aberrant creatures, and so we had a
Oh, that's right.
conversation about how like not everything that's aligned with like the adversary is considered aberrant. So like
Yeah, correct.
Nayreeve might be, she could be evil,
She's just
but
a dude.
but she's just a dude. Yeah.
Space dude.
She's not like, so she might not have an issue with the name thing. The name thing might only be for like actual adversary.
I think that's
creatures.
definitely correct.
Now,
So
real
would
quick,
people that are aligned with the adversary be missing an eye if they're not aberrant?
I think so. Like the Night King is not an aberrant creature, but is missing an eye.
real quick, I do want to say, because you guys did say something just a second ago, it was like, oh, people that, you know, are the adversary, they don't want to give their name. And if you use that as a test, what did, like, Did Clotho give her name to Hope when Hope asked?
No, she like smiled.
Thrice requested and thrice denied, I think she said.
So it's not necessarily like your characters know it's not necessarily that they won't answer or that they will answer. It's something about the repetition that is important. The not just asking your name, but asking the name 3 times. And that third repetition is when Clotho reacted to it, and so did Hope.
But didn't Hope smile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was like, all right, well.
So, like, we really haven't seen a test case for what happens if you ask an actual adversary its name 3 times.
Really?
So
Maybe Hope was like testing for, because she had no idea who or what Clotho was, and maybe she was using that as sort of like a litmus test of like, are you adversary or adversary adjacent? Because if I ask you this 3 times, you're gonna lose your shit.
Yeah, but we don't know what the lose your shit looks like. I don't. or
Mm.
Maybe I'm wrong, Gary. Just
Gary asked a very pointed question there.
yeah.
I went, really? And then the DM remembered that did not happen in the main campaign. It happened in the anthology.
Oh.
So,
Yeah.
well, I was
Spoilers.
next going to ask, what about our introduction to Dalseth? And I don't really remember. Did we ask for his name? Because he did end
Did,
up
but
giving
only
it to
once.
us, right?
We
I'm
asked
pretty
him who he was.
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just sort of gave it up.
I mean, the only thing that I could think of where we like ritualistically dealt with a name was just when we were in Kentucky with the Morthax eye. Like saying, like it broke the forbiddance to say Morthak 3 times and roll really well.
Well, the rolling really well is how you survived the process.
Yeah.
Smile.
But yes, so the takeaway here, which I feel like your characters would get from this, is the Hope was making the point of I don't know exactly how this works or why it works or what goes with it, but something about this repetition of asking the name 3 times, it causes something to happen. Maybe she doesn't know exactly what happened, but the response that she got from Clotho was acceptable. It was like, okay, that didn't go a certain kind of way. So this is maybe so when Hope had said when she walked away, okay, things aren't quite that bad. All right, at least things aren't that bad, or something along those lines. That was sort of her going, okay, well, I don't know what this thing is, but it's probably not adversary because of the test. So
I don't remember, but did we ask on like why strategically she would like not entertain Haven's like the representatives from Haven at court, but then would like intervene to save the city?
I don't think we
asked
talked to
that. I
her. Yeah.
We're still around. We should ask that.
I think if memory serves, the end of last session, you guys had gone back to your ship, right?
Okay.
I mean, if there's something else you want to do, you can. But I thought that the end of last session was you go back to the ship. But is that not where we ended the last session?
I think it. I remember. Well, I wrote down. She told us we need to recover and we should stay away from the Prime.
Yeah, because I thought the end of last session was like, cool, you guys go back to the ship and take an extended rest. You're all level 12 now.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And we had a discussion about where to take our rest and decided that like sticking around in Haven for at least like 12 hours is not gonna, or like 8 hours is not gonna hurt.
Mm-hmm. And since we're kind of on that thing at the moment, what was On's, like, you kind of did ask On what your next step should be. What was On's response to what your all's next step should be? So you remember?
I mean, other than telling us to like lay low and stay safe.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you might want to get the fuck out of Dodge because you have.
Did she also tell us to like keep doing what you're doing? She's like, you're doing a good job.
Pretty
She's
much.
like, because there's some shit coming, like something like that.
Did we give her researcher back to her?
Not during the conversation or anything, because Alana was on the ship, but you could do that. Like, Alana would be very happy to leave Haven with the Desang forces, and it would make a lot of sense if that's actually what happens.
I think someone wanted to talk to
Let's
her. a
ask her
little bit.
some questions first.
Yeah.
Let's
Sure.
get her
Let it go.
notebook.
Oh, but before we get to that, which is going to be the beginning of this session, I do want to say, like, are we good with kind of the conversation with, or the recap part of things of what happened here? So we can say we go back to the ship.
So that part where I don't remember that all, where she said, did she say stay away from the Prime or that we should get away from Haven?
I think she
Prime.
said the Prime and all mirrors near it.
Do we know
That is what
why?
she said.
And
Yes, we do
specifically the
know why.
Shadowfell.
Because
Well, that's up near it.
they're looking for us. And that's where they can see us most easily.
Sorry, who's looking for us? Like just everyone, or like?
I think the
There's a lot of.
adversary.
I don't know if you know this, but we have a few enemies.
I know I'm trying to narrow down which one's after us right now.
All of them.
So,
yeah.
Something that would be clear to your characters of what An is talking about, that I don't want to come as a surprise because there's a mistranslation here, is basically what she's saying is your all's actions here have brought the attention of things that are kind of out of your league, and your best bet to stay safe is to not be around. So it's not necessarily, oh, this particular enemy is going to come hunting for you. It's not a specific threat. It's more along the lines of, hey, you more or less just went on national television and said, fuck everybody, and then burned their house down.
Yeah, we did do that.
We did. Yeah.
We did. I know.
We said, if you want to come after us, our home address is.
So
Stolen
that-
ship, Superstition's End.
so that's the kind of point that she's making is like,
How
Be
dare you
aware.
use that word?
be aware that you basically just flicked off a whole bunch of really powerful things. It can go very poorly for you.
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
I mean,
I did forget
and
we
then
were
the end
on
of that
TV.
statement was, you guys are doing good things, keep doing what you're doing. So it's like, not necessarily I'm upset that you pissed off everybody, but if you want to continue breathing, you need to keep that into account.
This is like the pop-up menu that is like, your party looks a little underleveled for this area.
Did
Opening up the
anyone
quest log and just looking at all the quests turned red.
did anyone comment on the city like teleporting and coming back?
only the Henjakai.
Oh yeah,
And
what,
Oh, yeah, I
Just to
thought
capture
On
that
said
ship.
something.
An did say something. She gave you guys a number to associate with that feeling of victory.
oh yeah, 150,000 Tree dead, 40,000.
That
Any of them
doesn't-
divine? My spirit concordance is now 120,000.
That'll be when we go after the Imperium.
So yes, she lets you guys know this, and then we will head to. You guys go to the ship and take a well-needed, well-deserved extended rest at the mostly destroyed harbor. When you get to the ship, it is hovering like 20 feet off the surface of the water, and the shoreline of Haven is in complete ruins. The reintroduction of the ocean to the city in a very violent and rapid fashion did not do the shoreline any services. While it's not quite as devastating as it might be to a city in like our world to have basically a giant tsunami hit it, because of the nature of the shoreline of Haven, and the fact that they have these huge, like 50-foot tall flood barriers that are everywhere because of the high tide and low tide in this world is much more drastic than it is in on Earth, due to the nature of having multiple large moons. So like the very lowest tide and the very highest tide has a huge variance. And so the water line is a little bit protected from this sort of stuff, but it does look like the city is going to take quite a while to recover in the mundane sense from things. JP, that is a great thing to toss into your channel, so I don't forget it and I can answer it later. If you wouldn't mind. And yeah, so you get back, go and take an extended rest. Fairly early on in the extended rest, Griffle, you are going to get a ping on your helm as you're relaxing.
Yes, sir.
Pulling you back here. So the little thing pings on your helm, and then you get a security subsystems are attempting to be accessed. There is no security protocol which you have access to that governs what your preferences are for such a system. As such, the system has denied all access to the subsystem.
Lucky. Check the origin point of access request.
Origin point of access request is, and then it kind of gives you a big string of technobabble, and in the middle of it, you recognize the words Guerderig.
Interesting.
Oh,
Isn't that no? Don't.
It is.
it's the plane we were on. It could be a number of individuals.
We definitely for real killed the guy with the book, right? We're like for real killed him.
What the book?
Book.
What do you mean?
The guy in the
vaults?
vault
Oh,
that was trying to access.
that was not in Guarderig.
Yeah, what wasn't it?
No, that was,
was in-
Oh, are
The
the vaults
vaults.
not in Guerderig? Do
That's
the
not
vaults
in
not count
Guerderig.
as Guerderig?
no.
The
That's
vaults are
on-
definitely not in Guerderig. The vaults are in the wilds.
Okay.
What is in Guarderig is the giant
Fortress City.
fortress
Okay.
city and the flying outpost that we sat on for a while.
The Legion platform.
Mhm.
Who was Hercator in the vaults or
Purgatory
in
is
the
also
city?
Yes.
neither. Yeah, he's like everywhere.
Like a weird pocket dimension.
Okay. Do we?
I think you should ask.
Yeah, I'll
more
take
questions.
this to I'll take this to everyone. And state the problem as someone or something from Guerderig has tried to access our security systems.
Do we know any more info?
Do we know which security systems?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll ask. Plucky, which systems were accessed? Or which systems were attempted to be accessed?
No primary functioning systems were attempted access. There is a subsystem built below the basic system of the ship. That subsystem governs the connection with the ship and its functions and the primary sources of power located within the beacon. This subsection and remote access to the beacon was attempted from this location.
Can you put that in English terms, please?
So something in Guerderik was trying to access like the beacon's subroutines.
Is it kind of like the API that allows the beacon to interface with everything?
How does Griffle ask that of the ship?
God. Griffin would have literally no way to understand. So, would not ask.
Like it's fine.
Devastated.
Because it's basically saying that it's not a main system, it's a subsystem, and it's connected to the beacon somehow.
When you say a subsystem, do you mean like a subcategory of a bigger category of systems, or a subsystem as in it runs independent? Like that's what I'm trying to understand. Like a subsystem, the word sub means like means different things.
So if Griffle asks what it means by a subsystem, the ship will respond, the ship's primary functions are separate from the functions located within the beacon. There are many functions within the ship that are designed to interface with the beacon itself. The subsystems and magics that are designed to create a sympathetic link between the beacon and the functionality of my systems is what is attempted to be accessed.
Okay.
So it feels to me like this is more beacon related and like ancient processes than ship related.
Yeah.
Is there a way to trigger or like look at a source? I guess the source is Gorderig. Anything beyond that?
What would you want to ask? Like when you say source, she asked where is it from, and it said it's from this place in Guerderig.
Is there a spell signature associated with the access? Attempted access.
There is a spell signature with attempted access that is not recorded within my systems. However, a facsimile can be shown, and then it sort of shows an illusion of something that exudes this feel of magic. And those of you guys that are trained in Arcana would recognize Renki's spell signature.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting in a weird way.
Oh, Renki.
Let him go.
I liked Renki.
I think it's not necessarily a bad thing.
It might not be evil.
Why would she try to
Yeah, why would you
surreptitiously
not just send
access-
a sending? Like,
Hmm.
or he, or they, I don't know.
That would be a cross-planar sending, which is
And-
probably a little more advanced than no.
Yeah. Could Plucky tell us what would happen if this succeeded?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I'll ask.
You do not have security clearance to understand what would happen, or for me to convey what would happen if these subsystems were deactivated.
Oh,
So she was trying to
can we
deactivate.
hold up? I've just thought of something. Can we ask for Anne's assistance in getting? Is it Rahul?
Yeah, Rajul.
To Rajul, sorry, to make us full captains. Like, can we? Because she's pretty scary.
You can always ask.
We could try, yeah.
That sounds like another geopolitical thing she might not want to interface with.
She could just wipe his
And-
memory afterwards.
And I don't think that's how that works necessarily.
You don't think An could coerce Rajul to give over third ship?
I guarantee you she can, and that's why she won't do it.
But it can't hurt to ask, right?
I mean, she told us to lay low. This is going to be helpful in our laying
Like-
low.
We
Correct.
have information that powerful entities can perform divination to discern if someone took an action.
They'd have to have Rajul in order to do a divination like that on him.
They didn't have us
Ever
to
Peterson.
determine if the Night King was attacked by an
But
agent on.
But they did have the Night King. I mean,
Oh, I see. What would you? Do you want to kill off Rajul? I thought you said we wouldn't hurt him.
no, we
We
don't
know
have
can't
to kill
because-
kill
him.
him.
We can't kill him because they have like a toe or something they can res him from Sanctuary.
A
Yeah, we
red-
have to keep him intact.
They have a phylactery, basically.
We've still not
So
even
we
talked about him, by the way.
very specifically, we can't actually kill him. We can just hurt him a lot.
Hmm.
He can unwillingly give over third ship.
Yeah, do we know what the process is for third ship?
I think that Plucky has told us the Thurge can designate a new Thurge.
But does he just have to say, like, do the words just have to come out of his mouth? Does he have to, like,
I
give
think
a
that-
vial of blood?
I think that's the only thing that Plucky has told us.
Yeah.
I mean, feel free to ask on what she thinks.
I mean, there is all the information here. I mean, this is important, but the direct thing is the subsystem was attempted to be accessed from Gorderig by Renki.
And it
Plucky
was
denied access because it didn't, just sort of thought that was a default thing, and it's asking the pilot, "I denied access. Is that what you want to have happen? There's no protocol for this."
Yes, always deny access to unknown requests.
But it's asking you for permission to override something that you don't have permission to understand.
Yeah.
mm-hmm. Good ship.
So the ship
Goodbye.
says, future actions will be taken with that into account until a crew member with proper security clearance can come and allow a official document to be created for future security regulations.
Somebody better send to Renki and tell her to stop fucking around.
Who's Renki again? It's been too long.
The Legion's speaker. She's a speaker and a reader.
Yeah.
So should we just go say hi to her and be like, "What's up"?
Maybe that
No.
would. Wait, hang on. Do we know? Do they have the resource for an interplanar sending?
100%, because they do them all the time.
Well,
Okay.
no. So yes and no. So the yes part is, could they get it done if they had to? Yes. Do they generally do that? No, because you guys had previously asked her to do an interplanar sending to Hestragus to ask if you could see his pet Nothic back in the day, like
Hmm.
a while ago. And basically the response you got was, we technically can do that, but it's very difficult and expensive, and we normally just wait to just send a message through an open portal or something like that.
Right.
I mean, is
It
it
might be her
possible-
way of trying to get our attention.
Yeah, like maybe she's just trying to use the beacon command, or what is it? You know, there's like prescriptive.
But we don't know what the subsystem is.
No, we don't.
And they want it disabled?
I'll take a step back and say that does Foxy understand what it means by subsystem now? Because if you didn't get it, the helm would have given you like a visual representation.
I think so, but give me the visual representation
Is
anyway.
this, is this like accessing the BIOS?
So basically, it shows you two systems and has one of them labeled as the ship's systems, and then the other one's labeled as the beacon. And then the subsystem is the piece in the middle. It's the connector that allows the ship systems to access things inside of the beacon.
So she wasn't trying to access the beacon specifically. She was trying to access the system through which the ship interacts with the beacon and vice versa.
Correct.
And
Which might be because
deactivate
of
that.
trying to interact with the beacon, but
So she was trying to disable our beacon in some way.
or use the same way that the ship connects to the beacon to connect to the beacon. One of those two things. It was trying to do something with that connection.
She would have been able to do a whole bunch of stuff then, like
The way that Plucky describes it to you, it's similar to the way that you access a normal beacon without Plucky. So like the way of being linked to the beacon and introduced to it and stuff that you did on the Wastrel and things like that.
I think we need to put this on our list of things to investigate. And quite high up on our list of things to investigate.
You could also just let it through. If you're feeling adventurous.
I'm actually with him. I was thinking it's Renki. This is someone that we supposedly trust, right?
But do we? Like,
Do it.
yeah, we like her. We had a pretty good conversation with her, but like,
What's the worst that could happen? I say
I
we
have no
either let
opinions.
her or we immediately spin there, or not spin, but teleport there and figure out what the heck's going on.
I'd be fine going there. I don't
Mhm.
support giving somebody remote access to our beacon.
Yeah. But I will point out there are a bunch of other things on our list of things to do today.
Yeah, Gary
My-
asked us for a list of what we're going to do and then just throws a curveball at us.
Well, hey, he
Immediately
had this planned, JP.
I know. Yeah,
He's the one who presented it.
I know.
So
Uh,
the question here is that this happens relatively early in your extended rest. Would the thing be, let's turn off access and then we'll deal with this at the end of the extended rest? Is this go there during the extended rest? Is this stay here and then deal with it afterwards? What is the group's idea? Because the idea here is you guys now have 6+ hours that you guys need to spend not being active, a decent chunk of which needs to be sleeping.
I mean, I think that we definitely want to take the extended rest before we go to a different plane. And we had some conversations we wanted to have. So I think have those and then go investigate this, I guess.
The
I
plane.
feel like Renki's gonna try to contact the ship and
my
figure out
question
if we
about going to Guarderig is that on the same polarity as wherever the Sphinx is, which is, I think, our long-term plan.
Sure.
Well, it doesn't matter if we're taking the ship, right? Because the ship will deal with all that.
It does matter. It does matter. Right, Gary?
why
The
does it
ship
matter?
typically protects you from this.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, we weren't protected that one time because we went through the vault and not the
Right.
ship.
But two questions I have. One, the plane that we shifted the city to, we weren't on the ship. We weren't necessarily protected. And two, is Guaderic moving faster or slower than the Prime? Because if 6 hours is here is like 2 days there, we could teleport nearby, finish our rest on the same plane, so we're not like weird time stuff, right?
I believe it moves slower.
It does move slower.
Okay, so we should stay here because 6 hours here is only like a couple there then.
Correct.
But yeah, so when the city teleported, what was that polarity and how much did that mess us up?
The same. So both where the city teleported to and where Guerderig is are both negative.
Okay.
so we did have a list. Top of our list was chat with Hope. So let's do that.
Okay. So, my question is do you finish the extended rest here, and then do other things?
Yeah, I think we would. Yeah.
Okay. So during the extended rest, Alana will come to somebody, whoever happens to be awake, and basically say thank you for helping her. She does need to go with on because she has things she wants to pass along and does not know when she will get another chance to possibly speak to her directly.
So we're talking to Alana first.
Yeah, so like during the extended rest, Alana's going to basically just be like, An is somewhere nearby and I'm with you guys and you guys just talk to her, so I can directly talk to her right now. So she is going to approach you while on the ship, and while you guys are resting, and let you know that she is headed out.
Would you spare us a moment of your time first? We had a few questions.
She shrugs and says, of course. I mean, I think I owe you for saving my life. Pretty sure.
A lot. Yes, very much. You said when we met you that the writing on the pillar is the way to translate the Forerunner script, right?
I think so. I thought so. I took some notes. I don't know exactly how accurate it is, but I'm hoping. I think there's a lot of research that needs to be done to make sure that this is actually correct.
It was like the Rosetta Stone, right? It was like there was the same thing written in Forerunner and something else?
Deep
Deep
speech, yeah.
speech, yeah.
That is the belief.
Okay.
But
It
Alana's
makes my
basically say she has not had time to evaluate all of this stuff, so she doesn't know for certain.
Can you tell us what the deep speech part said? Sorry, one.
That's okay.
I'm also getting annoyed at myself because I had a splash screen that had Alana's picture on it, and there we go. And it deleted her picture. Cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna give up on that. So she will share with you her notes on what's in the deep speech. But basically, she says that she thinks that there's just more work that needs to be done. Either she does not know the right type of deep speech, or they're speaking in code, or there's something else. She's not sure. But most of the stuff that she found that she recorded when she actually started reading over it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. There are, and one of the main things that she notes is that there's pretty much no verbs in any of the section that she has gotten through. So she's like, this has a bunch of pieces of talking, but it's missing verbs and proper nouns in places where they would make sense. And so she's basically saying I feel like I'm missing something, some sort of context here, and that it'll take her a while, but she's happy to give you a copy of her notes.
Yes, we will take it.
Can I look at it and see if I understand anything, and also if it looks like these are forbiddances?
So you can take at it, and in a lot of instances, she will show you the translated versions of it. I put her picture in the Discord because I don't know why I can't have it on the screen right now, but because it just refuses to upload that picture. She gives you the stuff. It doesn't look like there's forbiddances unless forbiddances are strange when they're written. You've not seen a lot of examples of written forbiddances other than places that have been burned out. And you didn't see anything that looked like that on the obelisk. There weren't big burning holes in it like there was when you were in Celestia. Looking through the notes that she has that she'll give you, it's going to take quite a bit of time because she has, basically the time that the fighting's been going on, she's been in her room furiously translating, hoping that this is going to be helping something. And so you have, maybe 50-ish pages of notes on this supposed translation. But it's kind of too early days to be able to figure out yet.
Okay.
And I will say that the notes are kind of what she's saying is that it's just missing verbs more than anything else. There are a couple places that you're like, maybe there could have been a noun in there, but mostly it's just weird reading a whole section of thing that's in ultra passive voice. So she gives you that information and says, I'm happy to offer anything else that I can. I don't know what else of mine could be useful for you, but is there anything else you guys specifically wanted to talk to her about? Crickets.
Not more.
If there ends up being something you're like, oh yeah, we were going to talk to her about this during session, we can rewind a little bit to get to here. But if that's it, she'll give you the notes. She'll thank you for protecting her. And she is going to go and ask, tell Lady An about what she thinks that she's discovered. Maybe see if she can get some more resources devoted to it, and also letting her know that she's not going to be going back to Silverspire for a little while. Or, and the way that she says that to you guys, you get a little while might be never going back to Silverspire. So she heads off. You guys have the rest of your extended rest. So the end of your extended rest will be sort of midday. What do you guys want to do? Midday, mid-afternoon, probably like 1, 2 p.m.
I know we wanted to res Sally and see also what that did for Clotho.
If the plan was to resurrect Sally, would you have requested her body from the war room?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Would there be any objection from Hope?
I think Hope would kind of think it is a weird, like a bit of an odd request, would ask a question about it. But if you were like, we're going to bring her back, you guys are trusted enough that I don't think it's going to be a deal breaker. I don't think she would actually say no.
Would Hope bring her back? If we left her with Hope, would Hope bring her back, or is that not something they can do as well?
They definitely can do that. And Hope would basically say that she would cover expenses for if you guys bring Sally back. They might not have the money to do it right now. They're trying to spend all of their ritual resources to bring back important people in the city, because the city still lost a huge part of its population. They are going to be doing a lot of rituals around the city to heal people, to remove diseases, to do all kinds of stuff. But so if you can take one off of their plate, she would appreciate that, and we'll pay you back for it later.
No, okay.
Question though, because we don't actually, it's part of the table, right? So the table resources are different than if we could actually just do it, right?
I don't think any of us can do it. I think we have to use a table.
That's what I mean. So we're still using a charge from the table essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that being said, you guys have the capacity now to cast Raise Dead. So if you guys wanted to pick up that ritual and chuck it into the ritual book while you're in town, you
can we
could
talk about that kind of quickly? Remember I posted this in Discord a few weeks ago, but there's a ton of rituals, especially at our current level, that I was like, these are interesting. What's that look like? Because we have wealth, but you said don't worry about it.
Basically, there's going to be a certain amount of money per level that you can spend on things like rituals and consumables.
Uh-huh.
And I want to say that I put it up already, but maybe I didn't add it to the list.
I don't think you did.
There's an amount that you get that basically refreshes whenever you guys level. So you'll have some money to spend over the course of the level, and I will put it up there. I think it's like 5,000 gold at this level, but it's going to take me a second to look it up.
Is that for the party? Or for me and... So that's a lot of rituals we can grab. Oh, never mind. No, it's not.
Now, to be clear, this is not the money you're spending on the buying of the ritual initially. If you guys have a ritual and a reasonable way to get it, you can just add it to your ritual book. You don't have to pay for the market, especially if you're getting it from Haven, who, if you say, hey, can we just copy a couple of your rituals? that is not going to be a problem.
So
I
then
need to-
what are we paying? The component cost?
You're paying the component cost, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes. So, I stickied it in the leveling up channel. So I'm gonna add a Roll20 journal for consumables and things like that. The ritual stuff counts as part of your consumables budget, and the group has a budget of 5,000 gold per level. Well, for level 12, and it'll increase as you level. So,
Didn't
But
we
if
say,
Hope's going
though-
to cover it, we're good for this one at least.
Yeah.
For Sally, so.
correct.
Didn't we say though, like, wasn't there something like for rituals, if it's like, as long as we're not abusing it?
I think that was the time to cast.
Yeah. The money thing, as long as you're not abusing it, was before I was trying to figure out how to do this with consumables.
Okay, so now we're doing it this way. We are
Yes.
keeping track of how much things cost.
And also with how many times we've used Ray's dead, we're starting to abuse that one.
well,
Yeah,
but that's a fine.
But it has a penalty associated with it, so that's fine. Like, there is a downside to constantly using Raise Dead, and is built into the ritual, so I'm not worried about that. I will go and look up, because it's been a while since I did this. I will go and look up and make a more detailed post about the consumable stuff. But again, for this particular one, it's not going to matter because Hope is saying she will cover the cost of you resurrecting one of her people. So if you want, you can pocket the 500 gold for future ritual stuff by using a charge from the table, or you can just cast it yourself.
am I missing Raise Dead in here? I thought it was a level 30. Where is it?
Level 8.
Oh, I'm definitely missing it. Okay.
Yeah, Raise
Is
Dead,
there a pro or con to using the table over doing it ourselves?
500 gold. That's the answer.
Oh, fair. I just if there was like, it's more successful with the table or something, then I'd save those for us. And I don't know if it's just the gold.
Raise
who
Dead,
cares?
no.
Hyper alive when we bring her back instead of just normal alive.
Exactly.
For Raise
right?
Dead, no. Like, the only thing you'd be able to potentially get rid of for like a more powerful Raise Dead would be the penalty that's associated with it, but that doesn't do anything for the table. There are other things, like there are other rituals on the table that are stronger when cast using the table, because the table lets you delay when you activate the rituals. Remember, you guys had like a resistance, I think, on one of many, and then you cast it on her, and then she could keep it active for like 12 hours and then turn it on whenever she wanted. That's really the benefit of the table. You could technically do that with Raise Dead.
There is no reason to, so I
Yeah.
reckon we just take Hope's 500 gold and save a charge of the table so we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So you cast Raise Dead, and the sort of her body goes from being a completely charred and mangled mess into looking more like something a person could live in. And as the body's completely healed from all of its injuries, you get this sort of surge of energy at the completion of the ritual, and she doesn't come back into the body. Instead, you see the sort of ghostly apparition of a halfling woman standing next to. Actually, where are you guys doing this? I was going to say standing next to the table, but are you still going to do this in the same room as the table, or somewhere else on the ship?
I would I would think we would do it at like a private place. No, I think that's private enough.
The table is a pretty private place, so
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Sure.
So a spirit of a young halfling woman is standing next to her corpse, kind of looking at it inquisitively.
We can interact with it.
She's there, and you can sense the sort of magic that is bringing her back and tying her to the body, but it doesn't look like she's quite willing to go into the body to be brought back.
Hello? Is something wrong?
The spirit starts and looks over at you. I guess it's kind of like wrong. I've not been dead before. This is weird. You're trying to bring me back or something?
Yes, I've been dead before too. A few times actually. It's kind of freeing in a weird way, but I find the material to be a little more comforting.
The spirit shrugs and goes, I feel kind of, I don't know, free like this. And there's something that feels not right about coming back. I mean, like, I'm awesome. I'm supposed to be great, but there's something about how I died that I try to think about it and it feels wrong. And I don't know why. I don't really avoid thinking about stuff that's bad. Bad things happen. Bad things happen all the time. Hell, I'm the bad thing that happens to all kinds of people. But something about the way I died is not right. I think she kind of gets this strange look in her face, like she's trying to focus and concentrate on something, and it doesn't really work.
If it's not right, we could bring you back and do it again properly.
What? We'll kill you this time.
So she gives a sad
no,
smile to that.
like, except that then
I know
we're
what
like,
you're
we
saying.
just don't kill her. We just bring her back and then we just don't kill her again.
She's like, I think the way that I died killed who I was. Yeah. That. I don't think I can be me anymore.
Do you think someone you cared about and trusted didn't necessarily fulfill that trust?
So she wraps her arms around her. And Sally is sort of, when she was alive, was a very vibrant, kind of bouncy person, often louder than her small stature would necessarily suggest. And then here she's very quiet and kind of reserved, and then goes, I think, yeah. And then when she tries to say like someone I trusted, she shakes her head, and you see on the ghostly image of the spirit a little band of metal appear just over her temples and goes all the way around her head. Yeah. Oh, I remember now. Sweetie did it. I can't. If I come back, I don't think I can go back to being me. I couldn't control it, and he killed me. She shakes her head again and just looks confused. He killed me.
That's not true. But I will not force you to come. I was going to say, but we won't force you to come back if you don't want to.
She gives a little laugh at that and says, oh, no. Now that I'm going up to it, I can kind of remember some pieces, and I remember what it looked like from the inside, seeing the little spot where I'd open up to talk, just like you're not supposed to. And the cannon was just there. And then fire and nothing else. I don't think if I came back, I don't think I could get back into that cockpit again. And if I'm not a pilot, she shrugs, I'm not much use.
What is
I don't think
Clotho
that'll go ahead.
doing?
Can you see her?
You guys, did different things. So you guys said two different things I didn't hear. So one of you said, "What is Clotho doing?" and I didn't hear what the other person said.
I didn't finish, and I'll wait.
Okay. So Clotho is still standing vaguely near where Drock is in her sort of neutral form, although she's ever since the encounter in the war room, Drock, she's been completely neutral, but she's also been hidden from the rest of the group. So the assumption is that she's next to Drock, but you kind of have to ask Drock to get that confirmation.
Okay. Drock, Clotho, is she affected by Sally?
And sorry, Gary, I missed a bit of what you said about what Clotho was doing. Still neutral, but I thought you said she reacted a little.
She's neutral, but ever since kind of what's been going on, she, like, ever since the battle in the war room, she's been completely hidden from the group as well.
Oh,
so
right.
you're the only one that can see her, and she's just completely neutral.
So I'll just look at one and say no change yet.
But she can hear us, right? So I guess I would say, Clotho, we are trying to bring Sally back, but like you, she cannot find herself. Would you want to help her become herself again?
So you see Clotho sort of fade into existence. And then when she's standing there, she gives you a strange look and says, "I am not one that finds, unless the thing I'm supposed to be finding is interesting." Her
Maybe-
hidden
go ahead.
connection to life is not part of the Seelie.
Clotho, when you spent an evening with her, did you feel something?
Clotho shrugs in that same sort of strange, like, mannequin form, right? That she looks like she has all the right general dimensions to be an elven woman, but it's like she's completely nondescript. And just says, and like shrugs and says, "There was some bits of memory, some pieces of my nature I felt were sated better. But that's all gone now. It's broken." And she turns back to Drock and says, "My knight is teaching me that there is a thing for mortals that is an ending. Death, a point past which they are no longer useful." She looks at Drock and kind of raises an eyebrow sort of questioningly, like the expression is very much like a, "Is that correct? Am I getting it right?"
Oh, my brain is not RPing well today. Well, mortals do have an end. Sometimes their end comes sooner than it should. And we like to bring them back so they can finish what they need to.
So she looks at that, and the ends of threads is not my place. It is not my nature to determine those things or to look into them. I am a queen of beginnings, not of endings. I would defer to you, my knight, if you believe you know these matters better. This seems like a mortal problem. You can tell she's trying, but she just really doesn't understand the concepts we're talking about.
I would like to say something. I will say to Sally, but also sort of side-eyeing Clotho. I think when it comes to new beginnings, we can find one here. Sally, you say you're, without being a pilot, you have nothing. But I think what you offer the world is little to do with your combat prowess, though it was quite good. I think what you bring to others is a sense of joy and hope, if you will. That's what you did for me, and I think you did for Clotho for a short time, and I think thinking of it as only piloting is short-sighted.
So she laughs and shakes her head and says, well, yeah, I can throw one hell of a party, but that doesn't really get a lot of stuff done. And she looks around, and you can see that the spirit can recognize you guys are talking to something, but she doesn't seem to perceive Clotho at all. And there was that girl that was with you that was a lot of fun, but I'm not sure that's a... She kind of shakes her head. I've seen a lot of soldiers, a lot of people that stopped being what they were and started being someone that only knew the drink. I'd rather be over than that.
I put
What
some
if there was a
questions in
purpose? Sorry.
chat. No, it's okay. I just put some questions in chat for people if they want to take a look.
So Griffle knows the answer to that question.
So I was thinking...
I don't know if Griffle's on Roll20, but Griffle, Drock asked, can there be another pilot on the ship? Could she also be a pilot on the ship? And you know the answer to that is yes.
Absolutely.
So what if we gave her another piloting job that wasn't Sweetie?
So my thought about it is, I'll ask Clotho, what if you were to take her into your service as another knight?
She
Banger question.
Yeah, that's
gives
a
you a
good
look
idea.
and says, she is dead, past the point of usable. My knight has explained that to me. I could not offer her a bargain while she is dead. And were she alive, my knight would, if by custom at least, need to stop serving me as directly. This is... She shakes her head a little bit. The person that I was for a little while was more rebellious than others. I should not have more than one knight.
You should not or can not.
She thinks about it for a second and says, for the purposes of my use of power, they are the same for the time being. I am Clotho only. And you get that strange sort of... Looking at her face is unnerving, like there's sort of like a rippling there. Like she's very much this in-between stage. She's just the mantle of power.
Okay. Well, that would affect our ability to communicate with her, right?
That would make Drock no longer a knight, is what she's saying.
She's still here. She's a physical person.
Who?
Clotho.
Mm,
No?
you're not entirely sure how much she's actually there.
Okay.
I mean, Druck, would you, if Sally was willing, would you be willing?
To give up the summer night position? I don't know. That brings nice weapons and perks and stuff.
Yeah, true.
Don't do it, Drock.
I mean,
I
when we
was-
first met her, she was willing to have multiple summer nights.
Yeah,
Wasn't
she was more
she?
rebellious, she said.
Yeah.
But why not, like, Sally was protecting a city. We're trying to do something bigger, stop the adversary. Why not give her a position as pilot on the ship? Let her be a pilot on a bigger...
Yeah, I like that idea better.
So as you guys are talking about this, you can tell that Clotho's trying to process things, and she walks over to Sally's corpse, and then she holds up her hands, and in between her fingers, you see this sort of cat's cradle like thing, but instead of it being like yarn that goes from between her hands, it's like they're spawning near her left hand and moving across the space to her right hand and sort of disappearing in the distance through her right hand. She does this and kind of looks over, and then you see her sort of closing her hands and says, "It would be difficult if this was my night."
Is it because you have to follow the rules?
She thinks for a second and then goes, "She would put me above Summer."
What? Above her mother?
She shakes her head. "The night is of Summer, as am I. I can command a knight to do a thing, but so can mother and grandmother. The night is of Summer, but it is aside and different from, a vassal that needs a degree of separation." And she gestures back towards the corpse. "This is too resonant with me. It would be difficult to separate myself from my knight. The mantle of my power would bleed into knighthood, and that would make the knight less useful. Possible, but less useful."
Sally, if you are ready to move on, you do not wish to return, would you be amenable to donating yourself to another?
Sally kind of raises an eyebrow and looks over you, goes, "Um, my Lasher had a comment like that when he was thinking about sending me over to a brothel. I'm thinking maybe an undead brothel would be really weird."
No. Nothing like this. You remember our friend who you took drinking?
Yeah.
She has an unusual predicament in that she needs to adopt the personality of one such as yourself. A very fun, loving, smart, awesome person. She has been unable to find such a vessel as yet, and if you are no longer interested in your vessel, perhaps it could be of use to her. This would be a great service.
So you see Sally kind of run her hand, like the spirit, run her hand through her hair and go, "So I go away and the person I went drinking with takes over my body? That feels a little weird."
I believe she adopts your mannerisms. I believe she has her own body. Perhaps you two would like to talk.
I So you can see Sally is sort of like bumbling for words, and then after a second, she just shakes her head and shrugs, and goes, "Well, shit, I'm dead. I guess what's the worst that can happen?"
Just you wait.
Clotho. Wait. You have to have Clotho say anything.
So Clotho focuses on one talking and then looks down at the body. And then she looks past her left hand, like behind her hand, where all the lines were in front between her left and right hand as she was holding out in front of her, kind of again like that cat's cradle thing. And she looks behind her hand, and then she goes, she could have been. If this vessel was alive, it could have been a compatible vessel for me. It's not a perfect match, but the mantle of power would be able to function within this vessel.
So she has to physically be. We do have to resurrect her, and then she does have to give herself up, which I don't think she wants to do.
No, that's a little dicey.
We could ask her,
We can ask her.
but she doesn't want to come back to life. Also,
Well, she doesn't want to go back to Sweetie, and she believes that's her whole identity. I was thinking if we made her a pilot and gave her a new identity, essentially, she'd have something to come back for.
And then you basically just told her, like, hey, if she comes back and is this vessel thing, and she's like, Sally doesn't seem completely against it, but also very confused at what you're talking about.
Sally, how would you feel? This sounds so wrong and so bad. How would you feel being piloted in some sense of the word?
Griffel just puts her hand over Philly's mouth and is like, shh, no.
So you see Clotho kind of gives a strange look towards Philly when he's talking, like she's trying to understand the conversation, isn't really getting it either. But both Clotho and Sally are both equally confused for different reasons.
I will ask Clotho. You say that she could have been a vessel. Could she still be in some form?
If the spirit was here, it would potentially, but I cannot be certain, it would potentially be able to be a vessel to make the bargain. Yes.
What is the bargain?
Life for life. It would become what I am. She would become Clotho, but still be her, to use her experiences and understandings in life, her perspective to better inform the use of power that is the mantle.
Sally,
So, yeah.
this is.
I will say that,
Yeah.
hopefully I'm translating this well through the thing, but like when Clotho is talking right now in this sort of like mannequin form about very explicit things about how she functions, she's much more direct than she's been the whole time that you've seen her, right? Like she's normally kind of flighty and indirect. When you're asking her questions, how do you function? How does your mantle work? She's actually being pretty straightforward with you guys.
Sally, what we offer, you will need to return to your body, and you will speak with our friend Clotho, and she will offer you a choice. You will be able to invite her to use who you are to her purposes. You will be a god. You will throw spectacular parties, the very best parties. However, if you do not wish to go this route, we would love to have you as a captain, a pilot on our ship, or we will help you find another purpose.
Who
So
besides Morin visibly cringed when one said, "You will be a god"?
So she turns her head to the side and then goes, okay, so let me get this straight. Y'all are saying I go back to my body, I get to be some sort of like god of parties and then just have fun? That's the deal.
Yes, and it is very important. Also, this comes with a knight. I gestured at Drock.
Well, it's not.
Throw me around. Okay, yeah.
This is so twisted.
So she
I think there's a little more detail to it than that. You aren't just. Oh God, how do we explain that?
Clotho will explain the details.
So when you said all of that, Sally laughs for a second, and it's this really hollow sounding laugh, and goes, so I get that as a knight instead of that for a knight? The first thing that she pointed to was Drock, and the second thing she pointed to was filibuster.
Wait, what? Who's supposed to be insulted here?
I will say, quite frankly, I don't know how many knights you could get, but I'm sure there will be many.
She shrugs and goes, well, if that's the deal, then I guess I'm sold. I guess finish the thingy? Or she kind of like looks towards her body and then like puts her hands towards it like, do I like jump in? Or how do I say yes?
I'll explain
Yeah,
to
just-
her from my experience being dead.
So basically, whoever's doing the ritual will be like, cool, just agree, and then the ritual will complete. And then the ritual completes, and she wakes up on the table. And then laying on the table, she goes, oh, everything hurts. And then kind of rolls over and vomits.
That will happen when most of your body disintegrates.
And then as she's like turned to the side, you know, shivering on the table because she's also naked from having her body put back together, and just like really uncomfortable and curled up, you see Clotho walk around the side of the table and like kneel down until her face is right next to her face. And then you can tell that Clotho is saying something, but you can't hear what she's saying. You see her mouth moving, and then you can see Sally is like nodding, like she can hear, but she's got her eyes closed the whole time. And then they seem to be talking for several minutes. Do you guys do anything while they're talking? Or well, while Clotho is talking and Sally is nodding.
Nope.
No.
So after a couple of minutes, you see Sally, who's been sort of shivering on the table, just sort of shrug and then go, well, fuck it, I guess. Let's see what happens. And then says, I agree. I am bound. I am she. I am she. I am she. And then you see her body sort of glow with green gold light. And then Clotho basically grabs hold of her shoulder as she stands up. And then she rips forward with this motion, kind of like you're tearing off a cloak or something. But you see her body, her flesh, her blood, her bones kind of trail out as it tears apart her body and then drapes the flesh over top of the woman on the table.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
And as the image of where Clotho was fades, you see it sort of fade into the area around the table, and the armor, the sort of green gold armor that you guys saw of Clotho in her battle form, that looks like this picture. So that green gold armor is now completely covering Sally, and then Sally kind of like looks up, sits up in her table on the table, and then kind of bounces a little bit. Holy shit, this is cool.
I hug her.
From my perspective, that did not look cool. That was fucked up.
So you see Sally look around, and then you see her nodding. Yeah, no. Right. Yeah, no. Okay. Right, rules. No, I got it. Rules. She looks around at the group. So first of all, thanks, and I'm supposed to say I am once again in your debt. Ugh. And she shudders and goes, "Oh, that feels terrible. She kind of puts her hands around her stomach, goes, oh, I do not like that feeling at all. Hey, if you guys can think of something that I can do to not be in your debt, I would like to not feel in your debt anymore. No offense.
I can understand that. Is the debt part the worst part, or are you okay outside of that? Please say you are.
I mean, I feel great, actually. I feel... She sort of shrugs and goes, I don't know. Like I've had a really good lay and a night rest afterwards. Everything is very shiny and bright, but not painfully so. And yeah, the worst thing is this itch, I guess, that's inside of my stomach and chest that feels like I have a small animal trying to claw its way out of me. And I'm pretty sure that's what it feels like when I'm in debt. So what do you need done? I can just do something, I think.
What the fuck? How long do you think you can hold on to that feeling?
I don't know. And she thinks about it for a second and then goes, okay. Oh, okay. So I can be in debt to all of you, but part of the way that I can be in debt to you can be alleviated because I'm currently fulfilling my obligations to help one of your number, and them being my knight means that I can help you more freely and not be as obligated to complete a formal contract. Oh, that feels so much better. She kind of like mumbles through it and then like puts her head back, goes, oh, all right. Well, I still need to get that out of me at some point, but it's more like a shit you know is coming and not one that's like, turtle heading, I guess.
I think we can work with that. We might need you like real soon, so like the toilet is coming,
Cool. I think I probably have all kinds of new cool stuff I can do. She's explaining, sort of.
Do you have like new memories? Or not new, maybe old, really old, like super old.
So she says once I've started to understand things that I can get more complicated things, but I need to learn. I don't know how to explain that. I need to learn something else first before I can figure out how to be other people. That sounds terrible. I like being me.
I think she also likes being you.
Right. So, I don't need to do this thing for you guys right this second. And I need to, at some point, listen to, and she sort of gestures vaguely at her head, this really long list of things that I'm supposed to know and do, and I can light things on fire? Oh, that's cool. I have to figure stuff out.
Interrupting one more time. What should we call you?
So she gives a strange look at that and then goes, I think I'm still me. So I guess after everything, we're still friends. So Sally still works. She gives a big smile. And when she does smile, the sort of green gold armor that she was wearing fades away. And you see, like, in its place is a kind of open shirt with a vest that has the little markers on it, like it can be easily torn away. And the sort of clothing that you used to associate with her, that you would associate with her whenever she's out and about, is what she's wearing now instead of the armor.
Amazing.
And Sally, is there anyone? You're probably gonna have to hang out with us a lot more now, probably. Is there anyone you want to say goodbye to while we're still in town?
I asked her about that, and I have a really cool plan for what to do, but she said that she's recently learned, or that I've recently learned. No, I knew this. People can die, and that happens. No, that's not a thing. Yeah. When a bunch of people die, it's really hard to have a good party, and I need to make sure that all gets settled first. Then I'm coming back and throwing a party.
Cool. We can plan on that.
Cool. Yeah. So she kind of like jumps forward and hops off the table, kind of claps her hands together. So I'm going to go for a little bit. Kind of. No. I'm going to be gone, but you can do ascending. Not ascending, you can do if you need me, he knows how to do the thing. And she gestures to Drock.
This whole thing is just so crazy.
I mean, I think we did the right thing here.
It feels mostly right. As you know, nothing feels fully right in this fucking game.
This whole thing is super fucked up.
I mean, this is kind of, I mean, she always talked about how fucking awesome she is, and she became even more awesome. So I think she's kind of chilling.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna be like, Sally, man, you're so cool.
And she kind of like stops at that, looks at you, and then goes, so when I throw this party, anything that you thought it was cool before is going to be old news. I just got to figure out how to use everything in here. There's so many buttons. So many buttons. And when she says so many buttons, she vanishes.
Born to pilot.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh man, that was so good, guys. I finally feel like we did like an unambiguously good thing.
All right, Gary, give me like a 2-minute wrap up. Did you expect that to happen?
I considered it a possibility, but I also thought that you were going to do some other version of you don't just have to be a pilot.
Mm.
Like, I was pretty certain that you guys were going to convince her some way, shape, or form to come back to life. But whether you had that moment of someone was like, hey, she'd make a pretty good Clotho, I was just going to put it out there, and whatever happened, happened. So.
Okay, let's go. What's next on the list?
Next on the list is ambassadors. Morin, you were gonna take the lead on this. We've got Endeavor and Sanctuary, and then we also have the one from, is it Hope or Grace? The ambassador from Grace who stayed because she didn't trust us.
Correct.
That was where we wrapped last session, I think, as well, was like just on the cusp of like, we sent all the other ambassadors home, but we wanted to talk to the one from Sanctuary and the one from Endeavor.
Yeah, the DM it needs to look at some stuff real quick. But yes, we can definitely do that. I thought I had my notes for the ambassadors in one spot, and it's not in that spot. So I need to find a splash screen real quick.
Before we go talk with them, I would ask Mstislav if he wants to join talking to the ambassadors from Endeavor.
Are people on is everybody else game for that?
Bro, I don't care about these people at all, so.
Yep.
That's where I am.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it. If he wants to join in, I'd be fine.
All right, found the correct notes.
Can we prevent Mstislav from murdering a fucker out of?
So, for the purposes of keeping things, actually, I can probably just move you guys to this screen. 1 second. So you were keeping the ambassadors. Which ambassadors? It was Sanctuary, Endeavor,
and then Grace. We didn't keep her, but she opted to stay until the last ones have gone.
Well, so to be clear, the ambassador from Grace isn't a woman. The ambassador from Grace is a man. It's the ambassador's wife that stood up for things. So like she was the one that was talking, but the ambassador is Reiren. So I need to, let's see if I can redo this, and then I'll move you over to this old splash screen so we can see what people look like.
Is Grace the one that floats?
No, Faith is the one that floats.
Faith floats, okay.
All right, so ideally this is a splash screen that you guys can't see anything on.
Yep.
And then we will reveal that one and these two. All three of these are over here in the corner.
Oh, cool.
So Inez, Saphir, and Reiren are the three ambassadors that are still here. Their whole families are here as well. So it's not just the three of them. It's like 15 people.
Have we seen Saphir's photo before?
We have.
Was he at court?
He was at
I
court.
think
He was one of
we
the.
may have reused this for something else too.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Not that concerned about it.
This is the sort of master splash screen for the.
We've definitely seen Reiren. Reiren is at court.
Yes. So, yeah, you go to them, and I don't probably can get. Sovar. Try to see if I can get another person on the splash screen real quick. For Mstislav, I'll put him.
Would he want for the Endeavor ambassador to know that he's on our ship?
Well, that's going to be the first question. So if you're going to have him come with, what does that conversation look like? Because let's do this just real quick and dirty. Put him over here. So if you want to have this conversation, what is the conversation you're going to have with Mstislav before you go to here? Because it's not just going to be, hey, come talk with us. He's going to have
my head in the door. Hey, no. Yeah. So I think I would find wherever he is on the ship and say, Lord Sovar, we have the ambassadors from Endeavor aboard our ship and are seeking to look for information about why your death might have been something that a higher power would want to prevent. Would you want to be present in a conversation with Ambassador Oraz?
He smiles and says, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. I could tell you something about her family if you'd like to know, but I saw Inez was on the ship, and you find him in sort of his personal quarters. He's like, and I laid low just in case you don't want them to know I'm here. I'm pretty sure that bitch is one of the people that got the red arm sent for me.
So does he want to come or no?
He intentionally avoided her, and then he's like, if you want to know information about her, I can tell. He doesn't seem like he's against going along, but he sort of defaulted to, I'm going to be out of the way in case they don't want me to let on them here.
What would be the benefit of bringing him?
I don't know.
Okay.
What would be the benefit of leaving him?
Putting Inez off guard, like seeing someone completely unexpected in a completely unexpected place when she's very vulnerable might lead to her being a bit more forthcoming.
Well, what is the intention of talking to the ambassadors?
So we had a vision to save Sovar's life. And so far, every time we've saved or done something in a vision, it's pointed to an agent of the adversary. So I was interested to see what the goings on in Endeavor were.
Okay.
Because presumably, the adversary wanted the bloodline to transfer to Sovar's sister.
Right. I mean, I think it's worth asking him for dirt on Inez, but
Also,
if you'd rather
I had
lay
a-
low.
I had a question about this because this is stuff that happened before I joined the campaign. The blood pact is for Endeavor elves, is that right?
Yes. So the blood pact is a thing that the noble families of Endeavor do to bind elves to their bloodline. It's like the noble families have not just all elves, like a specific elf is bound to be their family, like servant.
Okay. And do we know who is bound to Mrs. Love?
You have a lot of information about that you guys can anyone answer that question before I do?
I think aren't there like hundreds?
He specifically had one. Because there was an elven woman that was bound to him,
That isn't.
but breaking against all custom, when he pieced off and killed his dad, he let her free. And you've met her.
Oh, she was on the ship
Mhm.
that we saved in Hardholm?
Yes.
Yeah.
But there are other elves that his family controls, right?
Potentially, yes. I mean, you haven't asked, but you know at least there was one and that he let her go because she has Sovar branded on her face so that everyone knows who she belongs to. And she's the elven mage aboard the warship that you guys saved.
Golden Lion.
Yep.
So wait,
Okay,
so when
but
we
he
talked
has-
to him about the blood pact, he didn't say that there were others?
He explained that that's how it worked, but he didn't like the assumption. There is a reasonable assumption to make because of his explanation that there are other elves, but that he let go one that was especially important when he pieced off.
Right. I thought we had asked why he hadn't done all of them.
There was he did give an answer, and the answer that he gave was basically that the elves need the blood pact in order to continue to live, and that there is a certain level of service that they take care of their elves, but the one that was around when like the personal servant of his father, when he killed his father, he let her go.
Right, and I think we brought him along because we were hoping to like get his help in finding a way to where like the elves don't need the blood pact. I think that was the point.
That is a reason to bring him along, yeah. So, what's the plan? He basically says, "Hey, I kept out of Dodge in case I needed to be out of Dodge for this. If you want me to come with, or you want me to give you some information, I can. But
Sure, give us some information, and then you can come with us.
Gary, would we have level 12 rituals at this point? Would it
sure,
be reasonable.
yeah.
to expect?
You guys very specifically said you did spend the time to do the extended rest. So you guys have taken an extended rest. You are now level 12.
Okay, there is a ritual. It is called Mark of Justice. It is permanent. We can designate someone to say, we don't want you doing this. And if they do it, we can bear aware of it. And I think that may be pertinent in this case.
What would we say?
Oh, I think for the Endeavor person, if like, hey, don't go back and tell them you saw Mrs. Love.
Hmm.
But they do have to be agreeable to it.
Oh, unable to resist is the
Must be
agreeable
both
is not the
variables.
answer.
Yeah.
I would say that you're probably. I'll type this.
But there is the ability to remove affliction on it. And she's going to a big city, so I think they may be able to remove it.
I think the way that that works is you would also know if it's removed, but the real question is, what is the goal of talking to these people? What do you want to learn? What do you want to find out? They are, for the purposes of, hey, we want to do these things, they are very much kind of in your control. And the fact that that is true is part of the reason that the Grace Ambassador stayed behind, because she, the ambassador's wife, very much did not want shady shit to go down. Because their one interaction with you guys was you saved them and then took a bunch of their life force and then left.
To save them further.
Mm-hmm.
So you say.
Look, I'm not for holding these people. It goes against my religion, so.
It was specifically from the ones from Endeavor. We wanted to talk to them about why. Like, we wanted to find out why the adversary would want the blood pact to pass to, like, his sister.
Or maybe just find out what's going on in Endeavor and what's happening with the
Yeah.
sister.
Definitely the first, not the
Okay.
second.
But we would get to that, like, because we can't just be like, hey, why does the adversary want the like? We can't just ask it. So I guess we could ask just information about like what is happening in Endeavor, what is happening with the sister, and go from there.
Sure.
So then the question becomes, is Mstislav going to go with you? And if so, or if not, if that's the goal, are you going to ask him any particular questions?
I'm
Well,
now
what-
thinking maybe he shouldn't come with us because we kind of want to keep that a bit of a. I don't know. Maybe we should keep that a secret.
Yeah, I don't personally feel like he needs to come with, but I feel like this is Morin's thing more than mine, so whatever he decides. But I would be interested in hearing what Mstislav wants to tell us about Inez.
So, if you ask, hey, what do you tell him? He says, well, it's been a few years since I've been in the city, but they have a strange program. They believe that there is value in interbreeding, in breeding specific traits into people and things. And the magics that they have tried to do have gotten stranger over the centuries. Inez is of a generation that is all right with some mixing of blood, which I can respect given my background, but their methods are not natural. It is not a mixing of blood where a man and a woman get together and haha, the bloods are mixed. It is more that they use magic to force a thing to be another thing and change its essence. I've heard a lot of rumors of them working with people, but I was never big into the politics of things. But there were a lot of things that I was invited to that I didn't go to because I didn't like the ways they were going. And the Oraz family had a lot of strange parties that I declined invitations to, most of which were around the things that they could do with other creatures and changing and altering themselves by mixing. And then he kind of puts in air quotes, blood.
you tell us anything about what she herself is like?
Again, it has been a few years, but what I remember is a very headstrong young woman, someone that believed they were effectively invulnerable to all things, both physical and political. And their family is the wealthiest family in the city. Well, I think they were a near second to mine, and I imagine mine has lost that position since I've been gone and since there's been such strife within the house. He says that with a smile on his face. I believe now she would be in a position, an excellent position, to do whatever she damn well pleases. And I expect that if she's kept any of her predilections from her younger years, that she's very unlikely to still be completely human.
Do you know of any special abilities she may have?
She was always talented in magic, and I believe she was reaching pretty far afield to get some strange abilities. It was never something I planned to, or she was never someone I planned to duel, so I didn't really care much of what she could do. But if she's in the position she's in, I imagine she could do things with magic, like eavesdropping and looking into people's minds and things like that. And if she was going the way that I think she was going, I imagine she has the ability to do something like I can. And when he gestures at that, he kind of puts his hand over his shoulder. And then when he draws his hand away from his shoulder, you see this little patch of swirling air between his shoulder and his hand. You know that he has sort of like companion spirit. And then he, puts his hand back on his shoulder. Wouldn't be primal, of course. That is, of course, completely taboo. It would be something more savory, like, dark arts, blood sacrifice, the usual.
Do you guys think that her family is mixing blood with aberrant creatures?
Now I do. Would Baneslayer be able to confirm that suspicion?
She has an aberrant lyric.
The ambassador has an aberrant lyric.
If she does,
Or if she has mixed blood with...
Well, we'd
aberrant
have to be able to
creatures?
see the lyric. Can
I'm
we
now-
always see the lyric, Gary?
I don't think you've ever been able to see a lyric just straight up. Like, you can see things that it can do, like the wind around Mstislav, but like the only time that you can see a lyric is if you physically go to it and it has a physical form, like Brain or Senhar.
can I sense Mstislav's lyric?
The DM doesn't remember if you took nature training when you did the multi-class thing. Yes, I think you
I
did.
Yes.
Yes, so now you can. So with the power you brought back with you from the wilds, yes, you can sense his lyric, and it is a primal spirit.
Can I
It's
see
not
it?
actually.
Or just sense it?
You can doing the sort of like detect primal. You can sense it around his body, and it is sort of covering his entire body, almost like another image superimposed on top of him. And it's
totem armor.
It's not that powerful. Like his companion spirit is not very strong.
Mm.
I don't think we need him to come with us. If this is your concern. Hello?
So I think that's being aimed at you, Josh.
No.
Okay. Anything else to ask Mstislav before you go talk to the ambassadors? Sounds like the answer is no.
Did I'm just gonna ask one more time, even though he's kind of said he doesn't know. But what exactly were they mixing blood with?
He shrugs and says, I didn't really listen. I think they were doing things very far afield. I remember vaguely some discussion about making deals on things with other planes, so maybe something on another plane. There was a bunch of money being passed around with certain researches. I knew some of the people that were doing things around it, but that was my father's business. There was a lot of organizational stuff around doing things that shouldn't belong in Endeavor in other places so that people wouldn't notice or wouldn't be upset about it. I could ask around if I was in the city. I'd still know a few people there. But I don't really remember exactly what was going on. I just remember there was discussion. They were doing some weird stuff, mixing with things they probably shouldn't, but they weren't dipping into Primal. That I do know. And since they weren't playing with the Force Primeval, then it was all good. But that some of their weird stuff got moved to a manor, a research place, somewhere that wasn't on the plane, so that other people wouldn't be all up in arms of different types of energies they're not supposed to look into, even though it's not the big bad Primal.
Do they have ties to Sanctuary by chance?
He says, I mean, always. Not open, of course. Endeavor is officially an ally of the City of Grace, and Grace is, at the best of times, at odds with Sanctuary. No formal member of any house would declare that they are allied with any member of any noble family of the City of Sanctuary. But people being people, money, interest, all goes all kinds of ways. There were always rumors that some of those parties had Genasi coming to them, but he shrugs. I never went. I wouldn't expect it to be unusual to find some connection with the Genasi, but I don't have any hard information myself.
If only we could talk to some of those researchers. I stare pointedly at Morin.
What researchers?
If only we knew where the lab was.
He said that the Endeavor trait mixing, they were doing some research outside of the city in a lab, and there were Genasi at the parties.
There wasn't any of that kind of research happening in our labs.
I mean,
Okay.
gestures broadly at the conversation, not them.
Gestures broadly at the labs that I've been in.
With aberrant creatures.
Mhm.
Yes, but they weren't using it for trait mixing,
I mean,
and they weren't trait mixing with the.
Didn't
Chaos
we learn that they were
Elementals.
using them to make essentially bio bombs?
yes,
No,
the Abyssal Plague.
the Abyssal Plague, yes, but that's different from the aberrant creatures.
They were doing a lot of research. And this was just one lab, right? Didn't we know that there were a few of these?
Yes.
Interesting.
So, go talk to the ambassadors.
Yes, please.
All right. So you guys head over to, I think you guys kind of force them to stay in the security area, if memory serves. So they're in sort of the security holding area. And the 3 ambassadors and their families are there, kind of looking at you. And Saphir, when you guys walk into the room, will say, "We have been here for hours. There is nothing to do here. We have been good guests in your home place, whatever this damn place is, and you've locked us here and forgotten about us for so many hours. And he kind of gestures around the room and points specifically to the two Genasi children that are in the corner. They're sort of blearily waking up as you guys come in. And he says, "We have people here, children. We need to get home. Why are you keeping us imprisoned here?"
Did we
We
not
have-
give them food this entire time?
We did. I was like, I arranged the riot suppression golems to give them blankets and pillows and food and whatever things they needed.
Right. He's not saying you guys are starving us to death. He's
Oh,
saying
okay.
we have had
We're
nothing to
bored.
do. You locked us in a room and then left for 8 hours.
Well, in that case, sir, madam, whomever, would you rather have died?
I'm just going to brandish the spear and say, the Sky Lord cares little about your entertainment until you have answered my questions.
Ugh, this guy, he is just such a bore.
This guy again.
Calling himself the Sky Lord.
You want to give me an intimidation check there, Skyward?
Sure.
I've seen this movie.
Maybe? Yes, no? Josh?
I said yeah. I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
pulling it up.
Oh, you said yes, and then maybe my side was really slow, but so we are now 12. Haha. So you say that, and then he looks like he's about to say something to you, and then he looks at the spear, and you see his sort of eyes go a little unfocused for a second, like someone who's detecting magic, right? They're opening up their senses, and then he shuts up, and then kind of backs away, and then says, I can only say what I can say, that we feel it is not in the best interest of relations between the baronies and our three cities for us to be imprisoned indefinitely. If you have questions for us and wish to have relations open back up, that's something else entirely.
What makes
And
you
you-
assume that we represent the baronies in any way?
Yeah, so I'll say
the armor
you're-
again.
Your previous experience at the court seems to have misled you. Does it look like we are in the baronies?
Well, we were there. We saw your service to the Queen, and I can recognize heraldry when I see it. But if that's a previous association that you had, I did not mean to imply anything.
I would also like to say, sir, the only reason you are alive is because you so quickly threw away your allegiances as well.
Well, I do not think that statements that were made under very clear duress could be held against. I obviously
I want to turn to Morin and just be like, should we take him to Rajul?
Definitely not.
I think she meant that as right in front of him, right? Just like
Subterfuge.
that.
Subterfuge.
Yeah.
And you see, he hears that, and he's just like, well, you clearly came in here with a purpose, something to say. Yes. I believe I speak for all of us, and say that I'm willing to listen. Please go on.
Should we deal with him first and then Endeavor?
No, I think we should ignore him intentionally and talk about Endeavor. So I'll turn to Inez. Let's see. What's going on in Endeavor?
So she frowns, and then she says, in a very sort of metered, mild voice, "There are many things going on in Endeavor. I do not think that the events of everything that happened yesterday are like to change things, except for one detail. Hang on.
The elf has started vacuuming in the background.
I like that. I hope that Gary comes back and he's like, "Yeah, Tesney is just learning how to use the vacuum, putting it over."
It's an
And she
important
likes
time
the
in any
way,
young
yeah.
woman's life.
learning to clean the home. Oh,
So she says, except for one thing, anything that I have said will be denounced and will be, as the other ambassador said, explained to be under duress. We do not mean to pick sides in the vampire war. However, some of the other houses did open themselves up for a potential agreement that will become public soon, so I see no reason to hide it from each of you. We had made agreements for explanations of the city's defenses and its capabilities, and we shared what is, well, reasonable to assume could have been publicly attained knowledge with the forces that were to attack the city, with the understanding that the city would be coming back into our control. Clearly, that bargain was not upheld.
Quite clearly, yes.
The other families were quite foolish to attempt to deal with the vampires as equals.
does she say that in a demeaning manner?
Yes, but you're pretty certain that the distaste is for the other families, not for the vampires specifically.
Got
Like,
it.
she's saying they made a strong miscalculation.
Yeah.
Am I able to detect her familiar or whatever it is that she has?
Or could one?
One second.
Or
Because
could I?
would be his pick. 1 second. So Morin and Filibuster, if you sort of do like a detect magic, is that what you're doing?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Um,
sort of. So, because Mstislav said that they have like dealings outside of planes in presumably dark arts, I'm kind of interested to see if she has any kind of like touch of shadow mental.
let me see real quick. You sense that she's clearly an arcane caster of some kind, but beyond that, you're not really certain. Like she is clearly a spellcaster of some variety, but you don't sense any. Like you definitely would be. You feel confident that if he was connected specifically to Shadow Mantle, you'd feel it, and you don't sense it.
And I don't sense anything primal.
No.
Doesn't Mstislav only has the thing because he moved to the Reach, right? Or is that a misunderstanding?
I think that primal power is considered disgusting in Endeavor, and he was born with it but suppressed it until he moved to the Reach.
Correct.
Hmm.
Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Mstislav.
Is
One.
Bane Slayer? Oh yeah, sorry.
So one, you can tell that she doesn't have a like any sort of primal power or anything on. But I feel like it's reasonable soon you'd also do like a detect magic as well, just like they are. And you can sense that she has some sort of binding on her. So she is a warlock of some form or fashion.
Mm.
And then Filibuster, you were saying something, sorry?
I was making a joke, but I so thinking here upon what we were sort of loosely discussing, would it be reasonable to make a religion check as sort of my religion partially being in opposition to the adversary, detecting aberrant energy words? I don't
So
know.
it is so same like a power check, but you're trying to find something using your religion instead.
Yeah.
Normally it would just be detect divine power, but you're kind of looking for something that's sort of against divine power.
Yeah, that'd be a good way to phrase it.
So you don't get anything, but when you sort of open your senses up, you get this sort of resonance, this hum from Baneslayer that you tend to associate with the presence of aberrants. So like
Is
you
anyone
can't sense anything.
glowing?
Nobody's glowing around you. But you felt like when you opened yourself up, and you're like doing the kind of detect religion, detect divine energy, when you did that, you didn't get anything, but as soon as you did it, the weapon sort of started humming like it does when you're in the presence of an aberrant creature. But through your eyes, normally you'd be able to see like an outline around things that are aberrant creatures.
Does it come from her direction? Or could I tell a direction? Oh,
It
you're saying
doesn't
it's coming from Baneslayer, so it doesn't have
it's coming from Baneslayer, right? Now, Baneslayer, when you're focusing, it does show a faint aura around Saphir and everyone in Saphir's family, but you're pretty certain that it's kind of pinging in on elemental energy, not aberrant energy.
Interesting. Can I get an image or whatever? I guess I don't know what's a good word for how Baneslayer communicates.
It communicates mostly through like thoughts and impressions and instinct.
May I have any of those things?
Are you trying to connect with it other than when it starts to vibrate?
Yeah.
It's
like death, kill.
So it doesn't have death and kill. It has more like an aura of wariness, like uncertainty. Like the kind of thing it sends you a feeling of like a guard that's on watch that heard a noise.
I see.
That's probably the best way to explain it.
Maybe it's one. Okay, let's continue. Morin,
Yes.
you're the lead here.
Okay.
Stormlord.
Ambassador, how goes your hunt for the Lord Sovar?
So at that, she sort of like is completely taken off guard. You can tell she's at the change in topic, and then goes, the Lord Sovar has very little to do with my house. I have no care whether he returns or doesn't. In fact, his absence is quite beneficial to my house. We would not have been so easily able to take charge of the city if his house had remained strong. You can tell that she is searching your face, trying to figure out why you asked that question.
Was she like bluffing or trying to deceive me when she was like, "Oh, he has nothing to do with my house"?
Ba-da-ba-ba. Trying to see what your passive insight is, and having a
Very
hard time.
bad.
Yeah.
I also have high passive insight.
Well, you
No,
instead
not
have high
also.
instead. So
Because I
both-
would know that she'd be involved in hunting him down, right?
both One and Philly can tell that her answer wasn't necessarily a lie, but is probably not really all that true either, right? So she said, I am not really involved in that, and I'm happy that he's gone and that there's problem in the Sovar house. I wouldn't have any reason to go after him. That's kind of sort of correct, or like it's kind of sort of what she's saying, but it's more along the lines of that's a very political answer, not necessarily a very true answer. That's a good way to say it.
Right. I like One's question. Would I be able to identify her peck?
Probably. I mean,
Without having to ask her.
probably not, unless you did. There are a couple ways to make that happen, but all of those ways require her to either be helpless or willing to like show you what her pact connection is. There's no way for you to do it without being very obvious about it, I guess is the best way to say this.
Sure. Okay. I can't figure out how to ask her if any of her relatives have been missing an eye recently.
But so is the question, do you guys want to what is the goal of asking the ambassador Oraz? Like anything in particular that you're trying to get from her? Because yeah, you ask about her research or something like that.
Sure.
What do you want to say?
You gonna ask one?
Did you want me to?
Is your question?
Okay, sure. Ambassador, we've heard some interesting things about research your family is involved in. We are also something of a researcher ourselves. Would you be willing to share perhaps just the abstract of your most recent endeavors?
So she looks at you and gives a very kind of looks like a customer service or a politician's smile, and then kind of glances very pointedly at the two other ambassadors and says, well, there are many great works that are being done by the noble researchers in Endeavor. I could give you many different explanations of interesting things that we are having that are sure to bring profit to the city as well as prestige for her researchers. If there's any particular thing that you were interested in, I'm sure we could come to a private understanding of what exactly it is you are looking for. Knowledge in certain circles is a very potent trading commodity, you see.
Can I reach out to her telepathically? And
So
bring her in
you
with the group.
open up to her telepathically, and she quickly connects to it. You get the impression that she was kind of expecting you to do that at some point in the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Is she psionic?
She is not.
Okay.
But she seems to be familiar, at least, with sort of the procedure of telepathy. And she says, ask plainly, what is it you're needing to know from me? If this is part of my payment so that you may release me, I will pay what I must.
An interesting pact a binding on you that is unfamiliar to me. Is this a part of your research?
It was. If you can recognize that I have made a bargain, you might be able to understand that there are powerful things in this universe, and it would be foolish for us to not avail ourselves of any opportunities we are given.
That is twisted.
Yes, I too am bound to a very powerful entity. I am not sure if you are capable of detecting this. I would know more of your pact.
So she continues to talk out loud about sort of the sort of PR thing of of how the city's researchers are doing these wonderful things. Starts giving examples that are very like banal talking points while she continues the mental conversation. And then says, I'm not sure how much you'd be able to understand. What we've been working with has so many unique properties, things that we've not been able to find anywhere else on any plane. I need to be back in just 1 second.
Okay.
Powers from outside planes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know nothing about that.
Sounds like a star pact.
Fucking nerd.
That's me.
You might be.
Wait, don't you have a star pact?
No, I have a Sorcerer King pact.
Oh, okay.
He's a Sky Lord,
Call me
star.
the Sky Lord.
not a Star Lord.
Sorry, I had to step away because my daughter was making it very difficult to talk into my mic. Yeah, so she says, I'm not sure how much you'd be able to understand. We've been able to get powers unlike anything seen on any of the planes.
So your powers come from outside the planes.
So she gives you the mental equivalent of a shrug and then says, I think it's simply things that are very secret, ill understood, even by things that are very, very old. I think rather this is something that has been forgotten, and by binding ourselves to it, we are bringing back things as they should be. While she's talking and saying this, or saying this telepathically, you can sense the sort of arcane energy, because you guys are already doing that sort of detect magic on her, can sense that her arcane energy swells slightly, and then when it does, Baneslayer starts humming.
It's very interesting to us. And how many members of your family have entered similar pacts?
We do not ask what secrets have been indulged in. That's the nature of secrets, you understand. But my family's facility is the most grand of any that can be found within any of the great families. We have worked with experts abroad to make an extra planner facility that is able to do research like none other. I'm sure we could come to an arrangement where I could show you what wonders we've been able to find. For a price, of course. I see you yourself have a great many resources. She does, as she's sort of talking mentally, she's also talking aloud. And when she says that, I see you have a great many resources, she sort of gestures to the whole room in the middle of her discussion of sort of frivolous things out loud.
Mm-hmm.
an extraplanar research facility, similar to the labs the Genasi have recently misplaced. And I gesture at Saphir.
So she frowns and then says, "Similar, yes. We were working with them and sharing some resources for their facilities went suddenly silent."
Looks at
I'll take a-
Morin, gestures broadly at the room.
I'll take a second and say, as a reminder, something that Morin would not forget is that the people that were on the ship that were doing research stuff, they didn't know that this was on a ship
Right.
because you got blindfolded and let in through a spin disk.
The researchers might not.
But somebody had to know, obviously. But
So this Saphir person is not the previous Thurge, but was at court. Is that right?
yes, and he was a Thurge at one point of the ship.
Of this
He
one?
was- yes, Saphir was the Thurge prior to Rajul.
Oh, okay. So that's why I recognize. I was trying to figure out because I've seen this picture before and I couldn't figure out where it was in the Discord.
Yeah, so before the ship was lost, it had all kinds of stuff happen to it. Saphir was the Thurge, and then it passed to Rajul at some point. Relatively, it passed to Rajul after the ship had been lost.
I feel like there
when
was-
you guys got possession of the ship, Saphir was still the Thurge, and then he passed possession he passed his position as the Thurge over to Rajul.
Right. I feel like there was a time we were under the impression he'd been killed to get that to pass.
Mhm.
But
That
he's
is-
got a thumb. You need
What?
toe, thumb. Well, Razul has his thumb in Sanctuary, so it's reasonable to expect that Saphir would as well.
Mm.
It's not.
I think
I'm
if
not gonna say it's not-
if we
it's
killed
not
Rajul, the third ship would not pass from him because he could be resurrected, right?
Yes. Also, it is not unheard of in the sort of higher echelons of Sanctuary for people to be killed as a punishment, with the assumption that they will be brought back because it's sort of like a relatively expensive slap on the wrist. So the idea that he was killed and the idea that he's in front of you are not mutually exclusive.
Right.
Sure.
Uh, duh, 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 duh.
So, anything else you want to ask or discuss with Inez?
What does Baneslayer want? I'm just like,
The impression you get, it carries on with that idea of like the guard thought he heard something.
But it
Baneslayer
was stronger.
The guard has found something, and you can see a faint, sickly aura around Inez, and Baneslayer wants to be a spear right now.
Yes. Would anyone like to address this? In my place.
In what way?
I mean, to telepathically, Baneslayer would like to murder this person. She appears to hold a piece of aberrant power, and that's not kosher.
So, okay, when we were talking to her, and we asked her about the research, she said she would tell us everything we wanted to know to like get her to be let go. Yeah.
Basically, she said initially it was like, yeah, if you want to know something specific, I'll tell you what you need to know. Just let me go. And then when you kind of went down this line, she said, cool, let me go. And then we can make some sort of deal. I can invite you to the facility and show you around. And then we can come to an arrangement, right? It's more of a, I will be open and talk with you. And she thinks that she's done that part. And so she'll be let go. And then the second part is like, okay, well, if you want me to show you around the facility, we can arrange something, right? Like my people can talk to your people type of
Gotcha.
situation.
Okay.
And you get the impression that she does want to show it off to you if there is another side of it, right? Like she's not going to show you around for free, but being able to show off is, maybe going to get it for maybe a lesser price.
We could have rehomed our entity.
Our meatball.
Mm-hmm.
We could show her our god egg.
God, she would love that.
She would like that, wouldn't she?
So did she say out loud that the Genasi labs went silent?
No, that was all telepathic. But
Okay.
most of the stuff that she's saying out loud are sort of the PR propaganda side of Endeavor's so great. We've got the best minds, the best people.
Because she insinuated, or at least outright said, that multiple Sanctuary labs went offline.
Yep. The Genasi went silent for just all of a sudden.
There's no way in hell that we're going to go see her labs. And Baneslayer wants to kill her.
Think of how many things he could kill at her lab.
That's true.
Don't let him know.
Are you going to lose Concordance if we don't kill her?
I don't think it works that way.
Okay.
I don't think she is an aberrant creature.
She is not.
Right.
But she's made a deal with one.
Yeah.
And her whole family is now the most powerful in Endeavor.
What would you like to have her walk away with this conversation with?
Nothing?
I have no idea.
You don't care? You just send her away?
So
Nothing. No threat
hey,
of
I'll tell you around.
violence.
She says to you guys, this is the point of the conversation we're at right now, right? She says, you want to know about research. You seem to know a certain thing. You can tell that I'm a warlock. I will show you around once we're free and we can have our people talk to each other. And what is your response to that? Is it like,
Sure,
cool?
give me your spell signature so I could send you a sending.
That is a reasonable response, honestly. So if that is your response, then she will say, of course.
All right.
Push her out the
I
spin
say it.
disc.
I say at this point we let her go, unless you guys wanted to ask what Sova's sister is doing.
Hang on. There is a note here. So she will take a she'll say out loud, and if there is anything else that you wish to learn about in more details, she pulls a little glass or crystal orb out of one of her pouches and then hands it to you and says, you can, of course, send to me. This is a portion of my signature so that you can always reach me and I will be able to give more information. And then when she hands it to you, she says telepathically, if I'm in my lab, that is on Guadarig, you'll need something stronger to send to me there. So she telepathically says, if you do a sending to me, it has to be a planner sending if I'm on my lab.
Right.
Okay.
Is it possible that Ranky is double crossing?
It is possible.
We know she can speak and read, so double crossing doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, but can she write? That's the real question. So, I'm going to assume that the conversation with Inez is mostly over, unless you guys correct me. Is there
Does
anything you
anyone
guys
want
would-
to ask about the sister at all?
So I'm less interested in the sister because I think that the reason for saving Sovar might have been to curtail the influence of the Araz family.
Mm.
And to make it clear from Mstislav, like the Sovar family and the Oraz family were at odds. They did not like each other. They were rivals.
Mhm.
But Oraz was second so long as Sovar was on top.
Mhm.
So doesn't sound like anything else from Inez. So what to from here?
Yeah, we put her on the spin disc, put her and her family on the spin disc, and send them home.
That's agreeable to everybody? Then sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
And they go on the spin disc. She does stay last, and then heads off. Do you guys want to talk to Saphir at all, or
Yeah, I reckon we should.
I want to threaten Saphir that if he doesn't tell us where the other labs are located, he won't be going home.
Oh my god.
In
So
front
how
of
do
the
you-
representatives from Grace?
Sure.
In front of his kids?
Well, definitely in front of his kids, yes.
Oh!
is the group
I was-
okay with this process?
No, not really. I'm really not.
not really.
You could telepathically do that, but I don't want to do that out loud in front of his kids.
I mean,
Yeah, that seems a little fucked up, bro.
Okay.
As someone with geopolitical power and possibly the face of the ship, I do not think you should do that.
I mean, one doesn't really see why it's a problem, but
Yeah, but your character is
psychopath.
So, I
partially
mean-
a psychopath.
yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
So, like, the church's idea was to destroy the entire city and everybody inside of Three Trees to cover up something that they didn't actually know about.
And you would like to
Threaten
do
someone.
similar.
I didn't say I was going to kill him. I just said he wouldn't be leaving the ship.
One will happily open up a three-way telepathy if you would like to speak with him directly.
Okay, I will telepathically do what I said I would.
That's a little nicer, I think.
so hook me up with an intimidate, please.
Let's see.
All of this and Drock killed a baby?
So you tell him that you're not leaving the ship. He nods. He says, I don't expect I could make it out of secondary containment if that's your plan. I'll tell you whatever you need, but I can't give you any legitimacy here.
I think he means he can't make us. He's not the Thurge anymore. Is that what he means?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can we ask him what the process of changing third ship is?
Well, I didn't ask him to make a surge. I asked him what the locations of the other labs were.
I think he knows that.
Yeah. So he says, I can tell you some things, but I can't give you any legitimacy. And so you ask where are the labs. He says There are 3 different facilities, and I don't know how to properly describe how to get there. I was an advisor, I wasn't the pilot, but I know of which planes they are on. What sort of information do you want?
What planes and what the types of labs are, and if there are any specimens of the entity at those locations.
I believe, as it was explained to me, that the 2 facilities we had the most interaction with were in a plane on the elemental chaos called Guederig. There is another place that is also in the elemental chaos, a lab located in a place I heard the others describe as the Pandemonium Stone. And we also have a agreement with a laboratory that is funded by us, but is not completely run by us, in a place called Safety Keep.
And what plane is that?
It is in one of the astral dominions. You can tell, so the way he would say it a little bit more clearly, as being like, these are places on the map.
Ah, okay.
So like, this guy, he was the third to the ship. He knows the map exists, and he's giving you instructions to find these things on the map.
Cool.
So there's 2 in Guederig, there's 1 at Pandemonium Stone, and then there's a joint lab at Safety.
Pandemonium Stone.
Who's the joint lab with?
The joint lab is with a group of very unusual individuals, but we have worked with many peoples there. One of them is, I believe, either pretending to be a Warforged or is actually one of the few Warforged that remains.
What is their name?
The DM will have to pull it up and give you. He knows the name. The DM's going to have to give that to you in a minute. I'm going to write down that I need to look up.
They go by the name Hope.
Actually, it's not Hope, but it's, that does remind me how to easily look up his name. Nope, I got it wrong. Here again. So he says, yeah.
Okay. And it's just shared with
and-
that one guy?
Oh, no, I did. I was able to find it. Hang on. Toride is the guy's name.
Tree Day?
Toride. I'll type it.
Toride.
Typing it when I'm talking to myself, not super helpful.
Toride.
Toride is the name of the thing, of the Warforged. Although you can tell from him that he's not. It's not that he's being. You don't think he's trying to lie to you about it. More along the lines that like doesn't really necessarily believe it is a Warforged.
But like, so this is the person in the other faction who leads the lab, but like, what is the faction?
He says the only one that he's talked to is Toride, but he knows that there's more. There have to be more people there.
Okay.
And are there any entities at any of those locations?
Yes, we have many people in research. I would hope that the ones that were contained here have either been destroyed or are still contained. You can tell that's a question more than anything else.
So they're at all 3. Is
4.
what you're saying?
Yes. All 4 facilities have creatures.
Specifically, the beholder.
He says, I was never interested in the specifics of the research. I merely made sure that things were going according to the orthodoxy. He was an advisor for the ship. He was not a researcher on the ship. So he knows where they went. And yeah.
Do we want to like bluff to him that because the agreement we made with your sister
Mhm.
Aliea
Yes.
was that she would go back and say Rizal went rogue and he took the ship and fucked off. Do we bluff to this guy about how like Rizal is like going after the labs or whatever? Like, I don't know.
The guy recognizes that he's on the ship, so he knows where he is.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can successfully convince him of that if we're asking him where are they.
True.
Definitely Rajul would know where the labs are.
Okay.
Rajul, so Morin knows that Rajul outranks Saphir in the church.
And is Rojul part of the cleansers?
No, he's part of the orthodoxy.
Okay. Which is like the bigger portion of the church, right? They're like,
Yeah, they're the part that controls most of the parts of the church. The cleansers are
Right.
sort of the new radical faction.
And that was who you guys fought for control of this ship, right?
Yeah, the cleansers are who they fought.
I'm just thinking of like, what could we say to help back Aliea up? Because the longer she isn't discovered, the less she has to pursue us. Like, if she can put the blame on Rajul, then she won't
Well-
get in trouble, and she also won't be like,
Yeah, I think she went back and said Rajul is going rogue, and so the section of the church that Rajul is in needs to be the one going after him, not me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we want to mess with that plan, right? I mean, it seemed good.
yeah.
at the
But I
time.
think us talking to Sophia is messing with that plan because. Like, why would we ask him if Rajul has gone rogue and is in charge of the ship currently, which is what she said, because he's like left on our ship, but not as a prisoner. Then like us asking like, hey, where are the labs at? Is like, what if Rajul's like on the ship, then he would have just told us like where these are where the labs are or whatever.
Unless this guy thinks that the only reason we have the ship now is because of the battle that happened at Haven. It's been
Mhm.
recommandeered.
Yeah.
But then we're back to square one because your sister just comes after us again.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't know.
Or sorry, I'm not sure what to say.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can totally fix it. You know.
Yeah, it was a difficult, delicate play, and this is going to be introducing something that is going to conflict with the official story that Morin's sister has given.
Is there some way that we can? I mean, does he seem like he's being cooperative? Like, is there some way we could like just ask him not to ruin it for us. I doubt he's going to be that helpful with us, but like,
Are you asking me to make another intimidate check?
I mean, he's. You can tell from his body language and from talking to him, he's kind of assuming that there's a decent chance you guys are just going to kill him. Like, because he's let you guys know, like, I know where we are. I know this thing is supposed to be secret. I know you stole the ship that I'm standing on.
Excuse me.
That idea of like, I don't really expect you to send me back home.
Verbiage.
the term is liberated.
Liberate.
I think he appropriately used the verbiage.
Morns, you're supposed to be on our side.
Oh, I'm on our side, but I have no fantasies about how we acquired this ship.
We. There's only two of us who
Yeah.
acquired it.
Think of who you're insulting here.
Me, one, and Al.
Mhm.
So that's the question, right? Is he said, "Hey, this is what's going on. I can't give you what I think you actually want.
Mhm.
So where does that leave us?"
Can he tell us how to get what we actually want?
I mean, we could try your pact thing. What was it called? Justice something?
Mark of Justice?
Mark of Justice.
To do what?
Make him keep his mouth shut.
You can never open your mouth again.
Make him not talk about this ship.
But they already know we're here. I thought that was the whole point of the conversation with Morn's sister.
Well,
Like,
it's more along the lines of Morin's sister's thing has said that Rajul is in command. When you send this guy home, he knows that Rajul is not in command and will be able to contradict what she has to say.
Got
How
it.
does he know that?
He doesn't.
He's been on the ship for 8 hours and has not seen Rajul, and you guys are talking to him.
I mean, we could trot out Rajul.
Like fucking Weekend at Bernie's.
I mean, presumably, if Rajul was in charge of the ship and he captured Saphir, he probably wouldn't talk to Saphir.
I probably would.
If
Eli.
Rajul has gone rogue,
Yeah. He probably would not let him go home.
Drock leaves the room, casts alter ego or whatever.
alter
comes back in.
appearance.
Yeah.
Alter appearance comes back in.
Sadly, it's just the armor.
Oh, that's right.
What
I
if
forgot.
what if we tell him like, hey, we don't want to kill you, but your freedom represents a problem for us. In exchange for your freedom, we'll like bind you to a pact that states that you can't talk about us or the ship to anyone else.
I just want to say Mark of Justice only lets us know if he breaks it. It does not do anything particularly bad.
We could keep
I mean,
one of his
solitude is
kids.
pretty bad.
Oh, that's true. That's only 24 hours.
To be struck blind for a full day, blind and deaf for a full day, is a pretty rough thing for a normal person.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah, Gary.
That's very ableist of you, Gary.
I mean that, like, if you go from, same thing with you, Foxy. Like, if it was like, oh, you go from what you have now to complete silence and complete no sight at all, that would be very jarring and crippling.
Yeah, why don't we ask this guy? Like, I think like we can say, look, we don't want to kill you, we don't want to imprison you, but this is your presence here is a problem.
I frankly
have
don't want
the
to be in your
solution.
presence at all. Do you smell that?
Yeah. Your presence is a problem. We have a solution. Are you willing to be bound?
Or
Is that
We
what you want to ask, or are you trying to get Morin to ask it?
I'm running it by the group
Oh, running
to
by the
see
group,
if that's
okay.
like.
I
an
think it's
acceptable solution.
perfectly acceptable to do
We could
that.
also put the ball in his court and say, look, here's a problem. What do you suggest?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a acceptable alternative as well.
I
Okay,
will
he's
say,
like-
presenting it this way is exactly how villains do this in movies.
Perfect.
No
So
one
I
ever
guess,
said we're the
like-
good guys. From your perspective, we stole the ship, so I don't think you think we're very good either.
It's true.
So, what's actually being said to him?
I think giving him the choice is the best. Obviously, we
Yeah.
have duress over him, power. But presenting it as his choice, I think, is fine.
All right, so who's presenting the
I'll
choice?
step forward.
Okay.
I'll just be like, Saphir, we are not villains, unlike some people. We do not want to kill you, nor imprison you. And you do not want to be killed nor imprisoned. But your presence here represents a problem for us, as you very well know. What would you suggest the solution to such a problem would be?
Well, if you are saying that I have knowledge because I am here, one could reasonably make a legal case if you were to extend us the rights of a proper host. I would not, legally speaking, be required to report on what I saw here. And there are methods of making that more formally binding, of course. I can say that I am willing to consider myself a guest. If you are willing to consider yourself my host, I would be under no legal pressure to say anything that I saw or heard here.
he's explicitly asking for a binding.
Perfect.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Let's-
But like not the binding we were talking about, a bigger binding.
Well, no,
Yes,
it's
Gary?
more like
No?
you guys know that this is a thing that ostensibly the people in the region consider this to be a weirdness of the vampire courts, but there are a lot of laws about like guest and host right that they think come from the vampires, and he's basically saying at home, and Morin, you'd know that what he's saying is true, is if you are a guest in someone's house, you can't if someone has formally invited you to be a guest in their house, if that person does something and you go to trial for it, you can't be forced to testify against them. That's one of like the basic laws of hospitality. So basically what he's saying is, I will agree to not tell anyone. And if you will consider this to be a host-guest relationship we're having right here, because you're giving us, food and water and a place to be when there's dangers outside, then I could make a legal case for just, if they ask me what happened here, to say, I was a guest. I'm not saying anything.
Is guest rights stronger when you give them shelter from danger as well?
Yes.
Right, and we absolutely gave him shelter from danger.
He saved his life.
Yeah.
And so while there's no like formal binding, right, there's nothing that will magically compel him to do something. What he's saying is, I have a legally ironclad statement of just saying, effectively for the Americans in the room, I plead the fifth, and just not say anything.
Mm.
And that's what his suggestion would be, like, just say, cool, this is what's going to happen. And he can go back and say, I refuse to say anything about my time wherever I was saved.
I will say, Skylord, do you find this agreeable?
The Sky Lord finds this agreeable. Let the Sky Lord pass his judgment. I tap my spear. But on a more serious note, as he's leaving, I would say, there is perhaps one thing that you would want to share with the members of the church. And I will just gesture to the spear.
He looks at that, looks at you, and then he says, I am not sure that I understand exactly what that is, but it has the feeling of something powerful, yes?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Now you know that there's writing on the spear that you can read and that he could probably read. So if you held the writing, the inscription on the spear up to him, he'd be able to read it.
Oh, okay, then yes. Like I'm intentionally wanting him to know what it means.
Yeah.
Where is...
But the inscription on the spear that says that it's Yansi Ben, you could show him rather than say it if you wanted.
Yes.
So he reads it. You see his like the lines of flame on his body dull for a second, and then they light back up. Ah, very well. I will let people understand that the elements are not showing the city their favor. And then he goes to go on the spend disc with his family.
Was it venerate the old, the winds of Yansi Ben? Is that what Aliea said to me?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so I would say that as I'm presenting the spear.
So he goes, spins away. The ambassador, the ambassador and his wife are the only ones there. Their family actually did spin away, but the two of them stayed behind to make sure that things went the way they're supposed to go. So the ambassador will, after Saphir spins away, will walk up to you. Well, actually, trying to remember, I'm reasonably certain that one of many was who talked to him at court. Like, it's been a long time.
Rayran?
Yeah.
Did we talk to that guy at all?
Oh, 100% you did.
Okay.
Because so Rayran is from the city, is from the city state of Grace, but he's actually from the library city, the Jinsha, and he was the one that had one of the professors that he loaned to you to do a translation. Professor Renata is one of his people. Yeah. So you talked to him to talk to Renata.
Yes, she was a turd until she got like a nerd boner.
So Rayran would, after they've all left, would come to you and say, "It seems as if you have changed a bit of your status within the world. I am interested to hear if you are willing to share some of the changes in your position, but I am more interested in currently getting back home to see what the fallout of this evening and day shall be. I wish you well and hope that your heart and your honor stay strong. There are many who get power that do not know that it is ill-advised to use power without honor, without conscience."
I think we see that reflected in the events of the previous night, no?
Indeed, it is such.
We shall do our best.
So he gives a deep bow. His wife does a very small bow of her head. She still seems just generally unhappy with the situation. And then he goes to the spend disc and spins away. Cool.
Okay. The next thing on our list was potentially talking some more to Aunt. Is she still? So it's been what, like half a day?
7 hours. Yeah, 7-8 hours. So she is not here anymore.
Not here anymore. Okay.
She's no longer in the city. I mean, you guys can ask around and find that out, but Alana basically heard that An was going to be leaving the city soon, and so she left in the middle of your extended rest.
Just like out of curiosity, is it worth like retconning the conversation? Like, is it worth retconning the conversation with An to include the question that I asked about like whether An would be able to help us convince Rizul to like make one of us the third of the ship?
I think it's a little bit too far back of a retcon to do, just because. Like, I don't think that was on the. It was like not really on the plate until you got the stuff, until you got the sending. So it's a little too retroactive, I guess. I don't know how I want to say that.
Oh, like that's fair. Okay, and then the last thing on our list for Haven specifically was talking to Hope a bit more and getting some more information from her if we can. But I don't. Someone else suggested that, and I don't know specifically what the intention was. So if anyone remembers, let us know.
I don't have anything to talk to Hope about.
I would like to complete the founding of the Church of the Boundless somehow. I don't know what that looks like. And maybe asking her is the wisest. I also want to know what the sibling is.
I mean, you only know about sibling because of meta context stuff.
Oh, really? I thought she's explicitly mentioned them.
No, I mean, Hazel mentioned it, but it was never mentioned in game. The person who plays Hope mentioned it, but
Okay,
Hope did not. So, yeah, like we can do that. I will say that if you guys are on your ship, you're seeing kind of what's going on, the changing of the crew's watch and stuff like that. The city is, I mean, it looks like it looks accurately like there was a major battle fought in the city. There's sections of the city that are still on fire. There's people constantly moving through, doing like triage and stuff. There's squares that would normally have like a marketplace in it that just has rows and rows of beds. Like, Hope probably didn't take an extended rest when you guys did, and is likely to be out in the city doing stuff. That doesn't mean that you can't go talk to her, but her city was attacked, and thousands of people in her city are dead or in need of her. So she's probably out doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I say all that to say, character-wise, unless you have something that you really want to talk to her about, it's going to be awkward to go and talk to her about it.
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay, so what next?
So we had find the Sphinx, find Champion Amoth, go talk to Aegis, talk to Shadow Mantle, or try to find the other orbs, of which we know the Witch of the Fangro Fens potentially has one.
Who's champion?
I'm in favor of going to the Sphinx, and I think there was some general consensus about that because it's presumably far away from the Prime. But then also I would add go to Guerdereg and talk to Renki in that list.
In character, you guys do not yet know that the Witch has one of the orbs.
Yes. And it's also on the Prime, I presume. So
Hey, why don't we know that yet?
we have no reason to have talked about the Witch in any thing.
Unless you're using Griffel's version of the Witch and refuses to believe that it's a different person from Guinevere. In which case,
No,
yes,
it was Arn who told us that there's the Sphinx has one in the.
And Guinevere, who is not the Witch.
Oh, okay. That was yep.
Now
Okay,
the
so
Anthologies
Guinevere.
group gave an orb to the Witch of the Fens, but that's not something you guys know in character.
And the witch isn't the black bitch.
Correct.
Who is also Guinevere. Who is Champion Amoth?
Battle Mind, who was a friend of Clotho's, and Clotho used her power to state Champion Amoth is still alive, and was able to say it, which means that it's true, because she can't lie when she invokes her power.
Got it. Sphinx it is.
Well, do we want to go to Guederic and talk to Rinky quickly?
I think the word quickly is a very big word.
Quick show of hands. Guederic or Sphinx?
I don't
I am
remember what the Sphinx was.
The Sphinx has multiple things going on with it.
Yeah.
We
The Sphinx
recently raised it up on priority because we learned they have an orb, but there was something else as well.
Bedvere told us that it could tell us about the orbs.
Oh,
We know that it has.
so it's the same?
Mm-hmm.
I would think Guederic is a higher priority than the orbs at this point. The orbs, I think, are more of a longer-term goal.
But I also suspect the Sphinx may have extra information about something we did not think to ask it about.
Yeah, I mean, the Sphinx is connected to Bedvere's wife and has an orb and is connected to An. I feel like that's probably going to be an important contact.
I'm down with the Sphinx.
But I'm just saying, I don't think it's as high priority as going to find Renki and figure out why they're trying to either contact us or mess with our ship, right?
But why?
I suspect that it might have been a case of like Rinky was trying to maybe actually trying to contact us. Like, could we? Oh, do we have the capacity to do an interplanar sending and just ask?
No.
Like,
No, we do
Not
not.
yet.
no. Yeah.
Oh,
It's like a
also,
high level ritual.
we were going to do the Sphinx because Al Shaib told me that she would be able to tell me how to not get murdered by the shadow that's following me, aka Terminus.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
So that, could be important.
What's a -2 to all your rolls?
So I mean, that's going to be the question, right? You've got. It sounds like the group is deciding between either going to Guederic or going to the Sphinx. I would also say that Foxy, Griffle, when Griffle pays attention to things and starts thinking about the whole Guederic thing, the ship will let you know that it has received more subsystem security accesses while you guys took the extended rest, and it just blanket denied everything.
Are these from other things?
No, from the same source. And then just tells you that it can't give you any information, any additional information because you do not have security clearance.
I wonder if Renki was trying to contact Inez.
How would Rinky try to contact Inez? How are they connected?
Maybe she's
The
working
lab.
for them. The lab on Guederic.
Oh, right.
Why don't we? Can we fuck with Rajul?
Because didn't that sphere give us the ability to contact her even if she's in her lab?
No. The sphere gave
was
you
just
her
her-
spell signature.
Yeah.
And she said, you can do ascending to me using this. But then she said telepathically, you'd have to use a different kind of sending to get to me on Guederic, right? The idea is like, call me, and then kind of saying, yeah, but if I'm here, it's a long distance number.
Okay.
So the thing doesn't give you anything other than just her spell signature.
I really think Guederic is a trap.
Can we do a little detour to fuck with Rajul at all to get
I'm okay with that.
permission? I don't even know why we didn't write that down. I feel like that was on the list.
Yeah.
Okay. So heading to secondary containment?
Sure. Yeah.
How do we want to get third ship?
What do you want to do?
Am I allowed to intimidate him?
Of course.
If you think you can. I'm trying to see if I can get his token, but while I'm doing that, I'll leave you guys over. Doo-doo.
What's your intimidate bonus?
I mean, the question is whether you need to intimidate him. He is stuck in a prison that he very clearly can't get out, and that he knows about. Like, he knows how it works.
Well, the problem is he knows more about how it works than we do.
I would like to share something with the group that I think is relevant to anything we do within the next 2 sessions.
Lay it on me. Good omens.
You may ask for this at any time. Almost.
Why am I having such a hell of a time finding this guy?
Wow, that's super powerful.
Oh, I need to adjust this macro actually real quick. Just because the 5 is not highlighted.
What? There he is. All right, so you guys get here. Put him in the containment. Doo-doo.
We still got his little aura.
Mm-hmm.
Can the
With
aura
the
go
egg.
through the containment?
No.
Okay, good. I'm like, what?
What I was doing is putting him in the middle and reducing the aura to being like 0.5. Yep.
Forget what his aura even does.
It makes it dark. Creates turns bright light into dim light. Pretty perfect. Cool. So it's very dark inside of his little prison.
Does the aura concentrate when it's crammed into one small area?
Not really, but it is very
He's-
noticeable because the
He's
lab is very bright.
hotboxing.
Pretty much. Right?
Hotboxing the darkness. So he's here. He's still in containment.
Conscious now?
He is conscious currently. So, what do you do? I mean, you guys are in there. He can't see you from there. So,
Can we walk in? We can walk in, right?
Yeah.
Would we like to walk in? Or can we interface with him in the chair?
Yeah, are there was there an intercom? I really don't
Yes.
think there would have been. There really? Okay.
it's not exclusively designed for the meatball. The helmet would not work with anything else that was in there. So the helmet is specifically for interfacing with the creature, with the old entity. But the containment thing was designed to be talked to normally from this room.
Okay. Well, who wants to be Thurge?
You. Or can we all be Thurge? Probably not. The meta Thurge. Or we could give it to Griffle.
Would Griffle like to be Thurge?
Really would, actually.
Oh, you don't?
That No, I would.
Oh, okay. Yeah, give it to Griffle.
Rajul, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
He's like, God, my fucking kidneys hurt.
So I think I would probably step into the room so he could see me.
Okay.
A little traipse. Gotta go slower on the sides there when it's close to the water.
put like patrol on, like you're playing StarCraft or something, walking back and forth.
So you asked me if he can hear you. He says yes.
Yeah, no, I'm still
You
making my
getting
way there.
he's RPing his movement.
Person RP walking to pull. Okay.
Can I tell that he recognizes me from the fight before? Does he
Oh, yeah.
seem to be like out of it, or?
Oh no,
just
he's
contained?
sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, looking out
Mhm.
and seeing you. He's been in here for like a day and a half.
Okay. I'm sure you have some idea why I'd be coming to visit you down here.
You're coming to offer me something so that I make one of your people have legitimate control over this facility.
Half right, more the second than the first.
If you're young enough to believe I'm just going to give over something like that, then you can leave and come back when you've learned.
Tell me, Rajul, why exactly are you using? To what purpose do you fulfill the church's doctrines by using this ship?
He shrugs. This ship has many uses, but its primary purpose is, like anything that is worth investing in, it's worth money and power and influence. He kind of like gestures vaguely. The others, they have different ideals they'll attach to this pile of coin and magic, but I see it for what it is. It's power. And you want me to give you more control of power. So I ask again, boy, what are you offering?
Just
Can I step forward and say something?
Sure.
Okay.
You have to RP the movement, though.
All right.
Please don't.
she goes through the wall.
Is that a wall?
Yeah. The door is down here.
Oh, whatever. I'm psionic. Who knows?
We don't respect walls in this place.
We offer you in trade our silence, Rajul. You see, while you were incapacitated, we saw something rather interesting. Something that I think that your church might be interested to know about. A young boy, a water genasi, perhaps. I don't know much of these things. Becoming, and I gesture to him, a, what do you call it? Dark soul, shadow soul, ink master. I believe that there's a taboo in your culture against this thing. It is not officially sanctioned.
Rajul and I are making the exact same reactions, like facial expressions, to the overt racism.
You have a desire to get great power, and you offer to keep a small secret. But maybe you think it's a big one. the Void Souls are known to people that have the strength to learn things, child.
And how would your public react to know that these treasured void souls are nothing but a fabrication of those in power?
He shrugs. Our enemies have their lies they tell. But the true power of the church is in being able to tell people to believe me and not you.
Oh, that's what I had.
Duped.
So he looks away from you and looks to Morin and says, did that one use her powers and our connection through blood to create whatever this compulsion you've placed on me is? I assure you that once I'm out of here, I'll be able to remove it quite easily.
What compulsion?
I'm not sure. What compulsion?
Not sure what he's talking about.
Hmm.
And he's saying, was one the one that I worked with to put this compulsion on him?
Yeah, he's like, you're a Genasi. She's psionic of some form. Did you two work together to set this up? But basically, as soon as I get out of here, I'm getting out of it.
Can I sense what he's talking about?
You can't sense anything directly through the barrier just because, I mean, that is what the containment does. It's a wall. It blocks all energies.
Hmm.
The only thing you can sense between you and him is that old sense of familiarity, the sense you get when you've seen through someone else's eyes through the visions.
Oh, right. God, it's been so long.
Mm-hmm.
So you're pretty sure that's how he's reading it, right?
Okay.
He's like, I'm feeling positively predisposed towards you, thus you have done some sort of magical effect on me.
Mm-hmm. Right. No. You can see from her negotiating skills, this kind of power would also dwarf her ability to do that.
And so we are back where we started, child. What is it you bring to me that is of worth for me to pass on control of such a great vessel to you?
This ship, you view it merely as an instrument of power?
He kind of rolls his eyes. Of course, it can be used for many things, but if you don't have the power and resources, you just have ideals or plans. What do they matter?
And how do you think that you will maintain your power were you to no longer be in this
Boy, I was slitting throats before you were a twinkle in your father's eyes. I'll be doing the same after you're made cold, in addition to dead.
Well, I don't think he's going to give it up.
And his point is, hey, you've got nothing to offer me. So if you want something, I'm not giving it for free. If you don't have anything to offer me, fuck off.
Why don't we just ask him what would be valuable enough in trade?
Is that what you were I never know when you're saying it like that if you're asking the group or trying to say it.
I'm asking the group, like, would it be worth asking him what would be valuable enough in trade?
Sure. Hop in.
I can't do Griffle voice today because I'm sick, but yes. You say we have nothing to offer, but you do not know what we have, so... What would you find valuable enough?
I can't do the voice. I'm too sick. Does perfect voice.
It's because I'm sick anyway. I might as well do the grumble.
He says, well, he gestures to his sides. He gestures to his sides where he's got basically sheaths but no knives. He's like, if you could toss one of my knives in here, I could slit my own throat and save us both the hassle. If you felt especially safe, you could let me go. I would give you control of the ship, and then you could have it to play with until we found you.
I'm afraid we will only let you slit your throat when I have recovered your rib.
He just kind of snarls at that. Well, then, I'm not sure what else you can offer. Death and the freedom that comes with it, or freedom in general. Everything else is... He kind of taps along the edge of the barrier. Temporary. I guess you're weakening me up, softening me with no food or water. But that'll pass.
Oh, I was not aware a monster such as yourself required food or water.
I require it if you want me to live, but if I need to not drink a single drop to be brought back to where I meant to be, so be it.
Is he threatening to starve himself? Or like...
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez.
Again, from his perspective, if he can find a way to die, he gets brought back, and he can come back after you guys. Right now, he doesn't have any means of killing himself, so he's just going to wait.
I mean, kind of sounds like we should just give him his freedom to get control of the ship, because it's going to happen one way or another.
We can't do that because of our promise to Morn's sister.
Right.
We totally can force feed him.
Also, if we let him go, he'll just try to kill us.
Mm-hmm.
Later. He'll try and kill us later.
Why do you think he wouldn't immediately use his powers as Thurge to kill us while on the ship?
Well, he'd have
He
to make
tried
us third
to, yeah.
first. Right? He said if we grant him his freedom, he would, right? He said either give him a knife or give him his freedom, and he could make us Thurge until he found us again and took it back. So if we could find a way to safely do that, but it does break the promise to your sister, so.
We will free you if you make Griffle Thurge.
He nods at that. Very well. I can set up a conditional transfer, and once I'm released, it will pass through.
Only a full transfer will do.
He shrugs. If I were to transfer in truth, you'd have no reason to release me.
If we released you, you could simply leave without transferring.
He shrugs and says, I will tell you plainly that I will not stab you in the back. I'll stab you in the front. I can show you and explain how the conditions work on Thurge. I can make you co-Thurge, a junior position, and you can see for yourself that when I leave, control of the third ship will pass directly to you.
I accept.
What do we define as leaving? Telepathically?
He says, very well. I will speak with the ship and give you Thurge temporarily. As soon as I spin back to my city, it will pass completely to you.
That's a very specific wording that I don't like either.
Yeah.
Pretty clear that he means like he wants to use your spend disc to spin off the ship.
Everybody said to his city. What if he just spins somewhere else?
Well, that's what Gary just said.
Yeah.
And is Morin okay with forfeiting his sister's life?
I mean, I don't think that the third ship is actually going to transfer. Regardless of what he said.
He told us how it's going to work.
That's true. I don't believe him.
Question:
He said we could look at it.
If he
Am I
makes 'cause
crazy?
the main thing we're trying to get right now, or well, I know like total third ship would be ideal, but if we could get partial and figure out how to get more access to the security system and grant that, and then lose third ship, would that be fine for now?
Yeah, but why would he do that?
Well, he said he would make someone a junior third so that they could guarantee and figure out how things worked, right? To
Yeah.
kind of prove how it would work. So if we got junior thirds, would it give us more access to figure out what the heck's going on?
I'm assuming there are things that are only available to the Thurge.
I know, but security would probably be good for junior thirds too. I'm just saying if we get this, even temporarily, it might be really good.
What I was
Right.
thinking is that like potentially I could get the junior third ship and then see, because the whole point is obviously we want the third ship, but then there's also the point of like when we want to know what the heck is going on with this Rinky
Yeah,
shit.
exactly.
That might help me figure it out.
Yep. And do you guys remember? I mean, because he's third, he should just be able to take away all of our clearance, but he wasn't able to take it away from Griffle because of the helm. So if we get junior third, he may not be able to take that away again, even if we double crossed him.
Okay.
So tell him to make Griffle a junior third, and we'll go from there.
Griffle here will take the position of junior third and investigate your claims.
Very well. He sort of sits up a little bit and says, Senior Inquisitor Raj al-Jur officially denotes this. And then you see him try to do something. The creature called Griffle. Does the ship recognize this creature? The ship very quickly responds in a voice that sort of echoes around the lab. Creature is recognized as Thurge temporarily until I am off of the ship and spun to Sanctuary. As soon as he finishes saying that, you hear a little chime, and Griffle, you sense the helm sort of light up, and a bunch of new things on the ship sort of flow in the back of your mind as you don't get a lot more information, but you seem like you get a lot more permissions.
Can I immediately go investigate the disturbances from Rinky?
Yes, you can. So you can see that there have been 4 disturbances from Rinky, and they all seem to be the same. They're accessing the subsystem that connects the... and I'm explaining this to you because you can look at it, right? You don't have to ask Plucky and get the response. You can see what it looks like. And it looks like she tried to directly access the beacon, using a similar sort of system than the ship did. So it's not necessarily she got into the ship system and then used it, but rather she was using the same method, and that's what the ship saw as the subsystem. And when you see what she was trying to access, she was trying to access long-term communications with the beacon. It does look like it was probably some sort of like incoming message.
And do I have permission to like allow it? Like if it's stored somewhere, do I have permission to allow it to play?
It's not like she didn't leave a message. It was more like asking for access. There is still an open sort of request, right? Like the line's open, but it's not. It's no longer like pinging to try to be active, right?
I accept the request so that the next time Rinky tries, that she gets through.
Okay. So when you try to, Plucky sort of says, only senior security officers or captain of the ship, with permission from one of the Thurges, has the ability to grant this access.
Captainship of the ship.
But if she's a temporary Thurge, can she designate herself as captain?
Is that what Griffin just did?
Or Morin.
Yeah.
So you say that, you can feel the sort of things unlock and open up. Welcome, Captain.
Cool. I will also make everyone else captain, just to be clear. Everyone else gets captain.
Okay, yeah. If we can make everyone cool, I was thinking like keep the line separate and make Morin captain, but sure, if we can do everyone, cool.
I assume everyone in the party is now captain.
Correct.
No,
yeah.
everyone.
Everyone. Literally everyone we've ever talked to is now captain of our ship.
Spider-Man meme the whole planet. All right. So yeah, you say, now I'm the captain.
Look at yourself in the mirror.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
So you get captain. It then allows you to open the security thing, and then you can see from it notes saying, Plucky kind of gives a little readout of the status of the ship. It gives you a bunch of information that you already know, and then it says, Captain, there are several security log and personal manifests that should have been cleared with the last rendezvous at the Citadel. These manifests are currently still held within security subsystems. This is against security protocols. Should we cleanse them?
Probably want
we're
to
gonna
read
look at
them
them.
first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come to me.
Gary's got like 10 messages loaded.
Oh my god, there are
Mhm.
5,000 unopened emails in this inbox.
I'll
That's
send it.
nothing, guys. Come on.
All right. So I'm not expecting anyone to read this now, but there are 8 messages in the security log that have not been cleared. There's a lot more messages than just these 8, but these are sort of the ones that are of some small amount of note. A lot of things that are in the security log are really super basic, menial, just miscellaneous things in a laboratory, right? There's people working here that needed all kinds of stuff done. There's back and forth, but these are the ones that the system recognizes as we need to make sure these are cleared out because they have not been. They were supposed to be deleted the last time we were at Savos Cathedral, and they have not been taken out of the logs.
At what cathedral? Sorry, is that
Savos Cathedral is it's like Vatican City for the Church of the Elements. It's the
okay.
head. It's their headquarters. So I'm going to kind of leave these things here and say you guys can read these whenever. But yeah, you have the thing. And as soon as you open up the thing, you get this sort of surge of energy, like someone is like you've recognized that you've opened up communications. So, what are you going to do? Rajul is sort of standing, waiting for you to open the door.
Do we let him go or do we double cross him?
That depends on Morin, I think.
Mhm.
So she's junior third until he leaves the ship, right?
Well, he could revoke it, no? Or attempt to revoke it.
Can I check what has been set up and if there's any foul play about it?
So you can check what it's set up as, and basically you've been set as second in command underneath him. So the chain of command, according to the ship, goes third, junior, third, and then captain, and then everybody else below that. So he's basically set himself as one step above you, and should the third no longer be on board, you will be automatically promoted to third. So you're not full-time third, but you're like acting third. You get the impression that he could take it back if he came back on board, but outside of specifically him, no one would be able to take it away.
Wait, he could take it back if he came back on board? That doesn't make sense.
But that is what he had, the way it is set up.
So
So he
The way-
loses being third, but could get it back if he comes back on the ship.
Correct.
yeah, so she's like acting third. But to make her third, he was in containment, which is supposed to like block everything. And all he had to do was say Griffel's acting third, and the ship was like, okay.
Seems to be.
Could you ask Plucky, or I guess ask the helm if it thinks it could keep control of third ship?
Yeah, I will ask if in a contest of wills as it currently stands, would I retain control of the ship?
Sorry, one sec, guys. I just want to mention for the recording, I just scrolled through and spent a few seconds on each of those security logs, so anyone watching can pause the video just before this and read them.
Cool. I will also try to include a link in the description of the video. So, you're asking the question to the helm, not to Plucky, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the helm, you get the sensation of like warmth around your temples, like it's thinking, kind of like a computer that's running on high revolutions. And then it doesn't respond to you verbally, but it shows you that it has access to the subsystems now, and gives you the impression that it doesn't think it can be removed.
Okay.
Like, regardless of whether
Double
the Thurge can, so the helm, what it's giving the impression of is the Thurge might be able to take over Plucky, might be able to take over ship's computers, but now that the helm has access to the subsystems that allow it to connect to the beacon, it doesn't think that that's relevant. Like, it won't be able to command the ship. It can do things on the ship, but it won't be able to control the ship proper.
Hang on. I don't. That seems conflicting to me. That it can't be removed, but it wouldn't be able to control the ship.
Yeah, so there's basically, think of the ship as having effectively 3 systems. It has the beacon, Plucky, the computer, and then it has the subsystem that connects the 2 pieces. So the helm has only been able to interface currently with Plucky, right? It works with the ship's computer. The ship's computer uses the subsystem accesses the beacons. Now that the helm has been given access to the subsystems, it can skip the step of dealing with the computer and deal straight with the subsystems and with the beacon. So the beacon parts that control the ship and all the beacon abilities, it can just use those without the computer. But some of the other parts of the ship, like the shielding on the ship, the like the anti-teleportation thing, the wards, the magical items on the ship, like the food tables and stuff like that, it can tinker with those things. But like piloting the ship, using the beacon, that won't be able to be taken away.
Okay.
Does that make more sense?
He mentioned shields.
But also,
Yeah.
like
don't
when
like that.
when Rajul first came on the ship, he tried to take everything away.
And failed. Yes.
and failed. So, in theory, he can't take anything away now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I still look at him through the thing, and I'm like, Rajul, you have not been honest.
In
You
what
will
way?
remove yourself as Thurge fully and completely.
I can't remove permissions without permanently giving someone else the authorization. If I do that, you leave me here until I rot or until you force me to eat and drink.
Have set things. I'll turn to the party and I'll just be like, he has set things up such that when I will receive the third ship when he leaves, but there is something there. He will be able to attempt to regain control if he should ever return to the ship again. This part you will remove.
He shrugs and says, "It's the way the system was built. I cannot remove that without removing myself. And if I remove myself, you leave me here to rot."
I will ask the helm, is he telling the truth?
Yes, he does seem to be telling the truth. Like, he can't permanently put you above him and then like keep some sort of control over the situation. So here comes the point. Do you guys double cross him or not? Do you let him out?
I don't think so. I mean, he's going to double cross us if we let him out.
He's gonna
Is it a double cross?
single cross us.
He's going to do exactly what he told us he would do. And I don't like it.
And he can't give us the full third, so
Mhm.
He could. He just can't do it while in containment. He's not going to do it willingly.
He's not going to do it. It's not that he
Yeah.
can't, is that he's not going to do it because he loses his only bargaining chip if he does so.
I am content with the conditional nature of giving us third ship.
Are you okay with forfeiting your sister's life?
No. I'm content with the fact that there are the conditions on it that he didn't tell us about as being a breach of our agreement and us retaining temporary third ship and leaving in this cell.
Oh, okay, just leave him here. Okay.
I think he did do exactly what he said he was going to do. I
He
don't.
did do exactly what he said he was.
I don't mind, double crossing him, but just so you know, he didn't lie to us.
how are we going to force feed him, though?
He did not explain the conditional nature of it, though.
I
No,
thought he
but he
did.
said he'd give it to us now so we could understand it. Which he did do. He gave it to us so we could understand it.
Gary, would you say he tried to obfuscate the truth?
I would say that the people with passive insight, with good passive insight, would realize that he was not trying to be deceptive. It was more along the lines of, he does this thing and you're like, well, this is how it works, and he's like, yeah, of course it does. If it worked the other way, you just leave me here. Like, you don't think he was being deceptive. You do think that he didn't say that specific other thing, but also he doesn't think that's being deceptive. That's just, we have an agreement and it's not fulfilled yet. So that's how this works.
Okay.
You're pretty certain that he would have not given you permission to see the whole deal if he was trying to be like truly deceptive. Like, he would have tried to do it later.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine double crossing him.
Yeah, go for it.
Thanks.
Just walk off.
Well, you could play it more off as,
He's
once-
RPing.
He's RPing. Once we're
That's what I say. He's RP walking off.
once we're back in range of the prime, we'll let him go. We're not there right now. You can just play it off like that, right?
We're in the prime.
No, we're
He doesn't,
doesn't
know
need to know
that.
He could know that. He could ask the ship.
Hey guys,
Yep.
I'm just reading one of the logs. It's a request for prisoners, and there's a line. We have made contact, a request for test subjects. We've made contact with a hunter in the city of Silverspire who will be responsible for the transportation of the test subjects. The guy that stopped us in the alleyway in Silverspire, who was he again?
The ogre?
He was a Weiss
Yeah.
vampire, right?
That you
The
punched?
Weiss guy. Okay. So maybe not the same person then. Never mind.
Oh man, the last log is hilarious. It has come to our attention that there have been instances of staff members entering into unauthorized agreements with external parties. Let me be
Mhm.
clear, under no circumstances are any staff members permitted to enter into any such arrangements. Al-Shaib is making deals with the staff.
I also had a lot of fun writing these because, like, that one especially, it sounds like one of those generic, like, corporate answers of, like, don't share your password.
Mhm.
Oh shit! The spy was discovered within the research facility and had been attempting to gain access to Lab 3, was confronted by a security team. Spy revealed their true identity as a shapeshifter who had previously infiltrated our facility on multiple occasions, killed during the confrontation, but records indicate that this is not the first time a spy has been killed by our forces.
Interesting.
Spy's ability to access critical system
Can we
information within our facility is likely due to someone within our organization supporting them with access.
Gary, would we know what astral diamonds are?
Yes.
What are those?
It's a unit of measurement, just like coins, whatever. It's one astral diamond is 10,000 gold pieces.
Oh my. 11 test subjects. 11.
I didn't even make that connection. How many monsters did we fight in the lab, by the way?
5.
Oh,
They were like they were like deteriorating as they were like in the prime, right?
Yeah, and there were lots of, like, gook of what would have been people around. Like, there was things that had already deteriorated before you had opened and gone into Lab 1.
Mhm.
So you guys go to leave him here. Raj sort of snarls as he recognizes he's being double-crossed, and he says, "And revoke all security privileges."
I
And then
smile at him.
you see he's still talking, but you can't hear anything.
Mm.
Oh, sorry, what's that, Rachel? You want to speak up? I can't hear you.
So you hear this little ping from your helm, and Plucky says, "The interface has changed the barrier to prevent audio frequencies from passing through. Do you wish for me to revert this change so that he may hear you?"
Oh no, that's
No.
fine. I just wave at him and then turn around and walk out.
So now the ship can't hear him either, right?
But how are we going to
Mhm.
force feed him?
Send a tube.
Food isn't an audio frequency.
So you guys head out and away from this.
Realistically, I don't know, Drock.
I feel if we don't discuss this in like 4 sessions, Gary's going to be like, yeah, he died and was resurrected.
I mean, he
That is-
definitely at some point will die and be resurrected. Because even if we starve him, if he gets desperate, he could just like. He's got options.
Oh no, he
All right,
basically said
hear me out.
he wanted to die and he would starve himself to die.
I know,
Here-
but even if we force fed him, he could kill himself in different ways. Yeah.
Hear me out.
Oh,
One shot
I- like,
or
I
anthology
don't think you could.
series. A heist in the church. Ocean's 11 style, stealing the rib.
I like it. I like it.
Except there's
Oh,
only
yeah.
4 of us. 5 of us.
Gary did say we could hire some hirelings now. We could let's get some hirelings to go conduct a heist.
I would like to commission an anthology.
If I had time to run one, I would totally do that. That'd be so much fun.
That would be really fun.
There do have
Um,
to be 11 PCs.
So, yeah, what do you guys want to do now? Also, I'm bad at remembering time zone stuff. So, are we at the end of session, or we have an hour
We
left?
have 1 hour.
1 hour.
One
Okay,
more
so-
hour.
Pretty sure. So, what to do now?
Did we get a thing from Rinky?
No.
Can
We
we just
just
go
thought
say
you-
hi to Renki? Like, we don't have to
So
like
you-
write to her, but
No. I reckon so because I've opened up the lines of communication, like I've allowed Rinky access so that when she tries again, she can get through to us. I think we go to the Sphinx and we just like if Rinky needs us, then she'll contact again.
if someone calls you 4 times, it's probably pretty important.
But
So
we
to
have
be
no way to
clear-
call her back.
One second, guys.
No.
To be clear, the thing that Michael was bringing up is correct. Something happened with the bond, and the ship sent a pulse through the connection to Renki.
Oh,
And said,
Like-
like, basically, we're open now.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
You
But
didn't
we-
say anything in particular, just opened up. Like,
Yeah. Because we can't do planar sendings, so we don't really have a way to
correct.
actually get in touch with her.
So you guys leave the lab, and about 10 minutes later, you get a thing from Plucky saying that there is a request to access a subsystem. So the Rinky request comes through again. What do
yes,
you
it
wanna
is.
do?
It is allow. It is allow.
Okay. Where are you guys on the ship? Like, where do you guys go after you leave the lab on the ship?
Oh God.
Where are we going in the ship?
No, where on the ship are we going?
I reckon
That is the
Captain
same question. The frickin' helm.
Yeah, captain's quarters or like the
Captain's
helm or
quarters.
something.
Okay.
Captain's
Captain's
apostrophe.
So you guys are there, and then you get the request from the helm, and the floor where the beacon is actually located, because it's in the captain's quarters. The floor glows for a moment, and then you see an illusion appear in the middle of the room.
Help us, Obi-Wan.
Oh,
Uh,
it's Captain
and-
Rancer.
And as soon as it
That's not
appears,
Ranky.
you see Rancer, and he like very quickly goes for his sword, and then he looks around and goes, "The fuck, Renki, explain." And then you hear Renki's voice kind of coming from a nebulous nowhere, like it's coming from off screen. I believe their beacons communications let you see them, and they can see you. He kind of like looks around. He sees each of you guys. But I'm still on the platform, correct? As far as I can
Yeah,
tell.
don't
sir.
worry about it.
So he
Star
takes
Trek.
his hand off the sword and goes, sorry, not how I normally talk to people. Okay.
Hello,
So
Captain.
you see, after a second, he sort of like brushes himself off, sort of regains his composure. He stands in that sort of casual at ease of like a soldier used to standing at attention.
Well, your stance indicates to me our worries are a little okay.
He kind of tosses it aside. Sure. I don't know what your worries are, but there's some shit going down.
Ah, shit.
Those are our worries.
What kind of shit precisely? Also, hello, Captain Renser and Speaker Rinky.
He smiles and then nods and says, Greetings. This is a official communication from the Legion, specifically the combined group from the 202 and the 301st, is extending its formal acknowledgement of status as Friendship of the Legion, and is currently asking for official status report from Friends of the Legion during a time of duress. It is official protocol to reach out and make sure that when things go down, that none of our friends have their asses in too many fires. More or less.
He's just saying, he's like, oh, we were under attack. What's up, y'all?
So basically what he's saying is Legion protocol says when they get under attack, they're supposed to ask the friends of the Legion, are you guys okay? Are you being attacked because you're because you're friends of the Legion? It's reaching out to our allies and checking in. That's what he's doing.
Hey man, we've been in some shit. Probably more shit than you've been in.
He smiles, and then he kind of gestures towards one of his pauldrons that has a big cut in it. And he goes, I somehow doubt that, but then again, we've seen that you've been into some stuff. Truth be told, you guys were high on our list to ask first, but once we got rebuffed by whatever your nonsense is here, we were kind of thinking that you're probably okay.
Things are steady now, but they weren't for. We were in a bit of trouble for a moment there, but we pulled.
Like a whole 8 hours.
Is everything all right with you?
We are about to cycle back into an active cycle again, and I imagine it's gonna get hairy. We don't have enough time to properly repair the Dawn before each engagement, so we'll be just functioning as we can. Getting people to and from where they need to be, and hoping some people stay alive in the process. I don't
know who they're fighting.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Do we know who they're fighting?
Yes.
Vampires.
I'll give you one guess.
But not specifically. We don't know like what front they're at.
So he says, who kind of keeps talking and just says, Luis and the Imperium are trying their damnedest to get through things, and we're doing what we can to resist them. We are not going to formally ask the help of our allies yet, as most of the fighting is taking place in an area that needs specific permissions to get to that I don't have to extend to you, personally. But I hope you're doing okay. A lot of the reaching out have been calls that have not been going great. But if you're all right, I've got a lot of stuff to do.
Where is the fighting taking place?
The Plain of the Iron Tower, old headquarters. Ironsides himself is trying to get, the Imperium and the Weiss are trying to cut off the head of old Ironsides himself.
So he's awake now.
He is awake, yes.
Is he quite annoyed?
He takes a deep breath. I don't know. From what I've heard, he's been personally involved in several engagements since everything started, and to my knowledge, he's not engaged in any 2 or 3 engagements in a single sphere. So hearing he's been involved in 2 or 3 in the past few hours is a lot. So he says, listen, I would love to be able to sit and talk and chat, but I was just supposed to check in with you and then make sure everything was good. You seem all healthy enough. I need
Yeah, everything's fine.
I think we should offer to help.
No.
Why not?
Please, no. We can't make
You
that
can tell that
commitment.
he's kind of trying to rush through things, and then he goes to step out, and you see the illusion, the hologram of him sort of fade and get fuzzy as he goes to step out of the circle. And then you hear Rinky's voice from sort of off screen say, Sir, I think they deserve to know more. You see Renki kind of frown with his foot kind of half out of what was probably like a ritual circle or something. And then he puts his foot back down in the circle. He crosses his arms, gets sort of a look on his face, like he chews his lip a little bit. You guys have been... I appreciated our talk. Let's just say that some of the stuff that you shared with us turned out to be good information. And you shared good information with us in a time that you didn't need to. And listen, we're recon. I've been recon my whole life. You got to know when contacts are worth given more than you're getting. And I got to tell you that things look bad. The attack on the tower was bad at first. The 6th, which was there, was mobilized to head somewhere else. They've been taken down, destroyed almost to a man. A full fucking legion before the fight really even got started. And things aren't going well. I don't think the tower is in any danger of falling anytime in the immediate future, I hope, but I don't know whether that is just pride. And the way that things look... Listen, I'm going to give you the information straight, and you can draw whatever conclusions you can. And hopefully, you can draw the conclusions that others are going to draw. The legions aren't in a good place right now. The 2nd and 3rd, they're spread so fucking thin, an entire army could walk through legion territory and nobody noticed. 2 legions patrolling space that should be 5 legions worth of patrollers. A lot of people that are scouts and things that be out looking. People that are intermediaries, casters, things like that have been pulled to duties all over the place. We've got half a fucking legion spread across mirrors doing nothing but communications. That isn't how we function on normal times, and this isn't normal times. And then, if that's not enough, the strongest attack, the threat that the legions have ever faced, is coming at us right now, all as one. 2 enemies that could never be in spitting distance from each other without fighting each other's throats, they're working together and coming after us. And what should be our first line of defense, the men of the line, they're already shattered. We haven't had severe casualties in the first in 20 spheres. 20 spheres since they've seen real action. And now it's been, what, a single band since the last time they saw something? And what gets taken out of the first? Their commander. The commander loses an eye, goes berserk, and destroys the legion. Gets it disbanded while the old man is resting. And now, in all of that, when the legion's the weakest that it's been in centuries, a concerted attack by her enemies go after our headquarters. And I've got a report that I sent that says that I know who delivered that blow and took out the eye of the legatus, that weakened the legions to put them in the exact position that shit would be rough. He rubs at his face, and he stretches his neck. And not only that, but the 5th, the 7th, the 8th legions, and then the 12th was mobilized to follow them. 4 full fucking legions, not able to defend the home turf, but they've been sent elsewhere. And from rumors, they're fighting heavy fights in the rings. They're fighting on another front. A front that, from everything that I can tell, is somehow connected to the same people that took out the legatus's eye. I don't know how many of the others are in the room for the conversation with Ironside saw you all and make that connection with the report that I sent, but the pieces are there. Just thought you should know.
Well, shit.
Wait, I don't. What's the end part that he said?
The pieces are there. I just thought you should know.
No. Like just before that. How many people were where when what
In
report?
the room.
We're in the room. We're in the room when you guys had the meeting with Aegis, where he deployed people to the rings.
I was like way back at the.
Way
Yeah,
back.
actually, it's a conversation that's recorded in the Discord. Actually,
Yep, it's in the conversations channel for.
So they're saying Aegis. The implication is that Aegis struck his own Legatus.
No, the Okay, what is the implication that he's saying?
Someone help me.
yeah, I'm lost as well.
I think
I
it's
thought
the
you just-
first time we met him in the vampire court, right? And we went in.
I
met him, he was
understand.
deploying.
I understand the situation.
Right,
What
but
does
so-
it imply?
That they're connecting us to the guy losing his eye, and then
Yes.
basically causing the downfall of the first, and therefore the weakening of the whole Legion, essentially. And so we're basically being somewhat blamed for the weakening of the Legion, and then, you know, them being vulnerable.
Would you still like to go help them, Drock?
I mean, yes, because it would partially
Wait,
clear
hang on.
us.
Gary,
Is
is that what's actually he's implying?
That is what I understood it to mean as well.
You can tell from the way that Rancer is presenting the information that that it's not his opinion, right? He's like,
Yeah.
these are the facts. This is how it could look. I'm just letting you know that this is how it's going to look.
So because we were there in the room when he deployed people to the rings, so like I don't understand the connection there.
Yeah, I don't understand that part. That's kind
Yeah.
of confusing.
So what he's
Why is
saying
that?
is,
So-
you all told him that you all were the ones that stabbed the Legatus in the eye and drove him insane and did all that stuff.
Loosely.
Wait, no, we didn't. We
You-
already.
Yes, we did.
We
Well, we
told
did.
him not directly, but he
Oh.
understands the situation, and that we were the direct reason that happened.
Because specifically, there was this whole thing about, oh, this thing happened with the eye, and then Griffle, I went and like checked the stuff, and Griffle was like, no, it wasn't someone else that did it. We did that. We did the stab in the eye.
Right.
And then he said, cool, I'm filing that in my report. And so basically what he's saying is, listen, the Legion's under attack, the first Legion is shattered, and if anyone goes looking, if anyone who's at that meeting would have noticed that one of the other things the Legion's having a problem with is the fact that a lot of our people are deployed to the rings. And you just happen to be at that meeting, like the same group of people that took out the Legatus that sidelined the First Legion just so happened to also be at that meeting. He's not saying like he doesn't trust you. He's just saying it looks bad.
So there's an implication that we like manipulated old Ironsides to send people to the rings.
He nods when you say that.
Okay.
And then Rancer kind of takes a deep breath and says, listen, I don't know what to think. This is a lot above my pay grade, but I don't want you to think it's all doom and gloom. A lot of the boys getting rotated back from the fighting at the tower, they need something to unwind. And more than a few people are using a certain captured set of images to unwind. People got to see out here what a Whis enforcer can really do. How much of a pain in the ass it is to take one of them down. And a certain group of people were seen as very clearly, very publicly, showing one of them that their insides look very, very pretty in the nightlight. I imagine that's been watched by a lot of men trying to find something to hold on to.
Okay, so it's not everybody believes that we're implicated. It's just there's a rumor that's going around.
Yeah,
There's
and he's
two
saying that
sides.
the soldiers that are trying to relax, that are rotated away from the fighting, a lot of them have watched your all's fight with the Whis enforcer.
Yeah, like why would we weaken the Legion and then fight the people attacking the Legion? So
He shrugs and he's like, again,
The
above my
Whis
pay grade.
Enforcer in Silver Spire?
The one
No,
in,
the big religion guy that we
Yeah.
fought
you know
on
how
camera.
we like deliberately left the ghouls alone and made a show of like because
Mugging for the camera.
Yeah, we were showboating.
I mean, you were doing to them what they were intending to do to Haven. And the first guy you guys fought was the Whis enforcer, the guy that had all the holy symbols on his body. So he's saying, like, all of these facts together could look really bad. That being said, a lot of the soldiers know how tough a Whis enforcer is. And so watching you all kick his ass has been very good for not only for morale, but like for your public image. And so
We're
he
Mavericks.
Mhm.
kind of takes a deep breath and says, so I guess what Renki and I were talking about was if there could be more of the second thing and less of the first thing, I don't know, maybe it would help.
Well, if
I'm not saying you
others,
should do stuff.
Oh, go ahead.
He's saying, I'm not saying you need to do stuff for us. You're not in our debt or anything like that. But I think there's going to be a lot of things that change once all this shakes out. And a lot of our allies are under pretty heavy pressure. If you don't feel comfortable helping us, or if people need to be pushed away that aren't legionaries, not just... He kind of shakes his head. Listen, they don't even let the auxiliaries. I've been serving the Legion my whole life, and I'm not allowed on the plane. Only legionaries are there. Only legionaries have access. And they have to kick down one hell of a door to force their way in. I'm saying if you find a way to make it obvious that you're helping a friend of a friend, once the dust settles, there'll be a lot more things to pile in the side of you were friend and not foe.
When he says the plane, he means of the Iron Tower.
Yeah. Do you recommend that we assist in the rings? Where could we best be of service? Your enemies are our enemies.
He says, fuck, I don't know. In the rings, there are 4 full Legion, motivated and fighting. Something around the range of 150 to 160,000 men have been committed there. Plus, as many more auxiliaries, reinforcements, cooks, supply officers, not to mention the defenses of the rings themselves. This isn't a battle that's happening at the rings, it's a full-scale fucking war.
Yeah.
Any favors we can call in from Clotho?
Yeah.
To get us to the Iron Tower?
No, we can go to the Iron Tower. We have that power, but I mean, like,
Oh,
show up.
Do we have that power?
No, he
Bounce
just
out.
said nobody could get in.
That's
Renser.
a nobody with quotes, no?
Well, yeah, but Renser just said he's been in the Legion his whole life and he can't get into the plane of the Iron Tower.
So he says...
It's on our map, no?
It is on your map. That doesn't necessarily mean you can go there, but it is on your map. So he says, I don't know what you guys are capable of. I'd say that one ship, one group of people probably won't make as big of a difference on the sides of things that are as big as things are right now. I don't know exactly what you might do to help, but the second and third are spread pretty thin, and we haven't really heard back from some of our allies. If I was to ask for a single thing, I mean, I'm recon. I want to know information. A lot of the people we would ask have gone dark. And I'd like to know why. I'd like to know where our friends are and make sure they're not dragged off somewhere to, well, officially to be turned and give information to our enemies, but unofficially, I've been working with getting to know people outside of the Legion also my entire life. Ferrying people around, talking to people, learning things, keeping my eyes and ears open, and a lot of my eyes and ears on other planes, or he would say mirrors, a lot of my eyes and ears on other mirrors, I can't hear them. I can't see them. I've lost contact with more people in the past 6 hours than I've lost in or he would say 6 seals, but in the past 6 seals than I have in the 6 spheres before it. We're doing a lot of running around in the dark right now, and I hate it. And I don't have the time to go check on people.
Was he was one of the ones who told us to go to the Sphinx, right? Was that one of
He
his
did.
contacts?
He didn't
Good.
tell you to go to the Sphinx, but when you explained to him who you were going to, he told you who she was and where she is.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say before we received your contact, we were headed to White Sands to visit Bess Mahiz. Would you be interested to know how that conversation goes?
That'd be helpful.
It would. There's a tactical station there. 4th Tactical. We haven't heard from any of them, and when we spun someone there, they spun back immediately. Said the place was deserted. Like a full 50 or 60 men and women of the Legion just left their post. No sign of reason why. No struggle, no fights, nothing. And we would use that to communicate with White Sands, but can't. Not yet, at least. The station's empty as far as we could tell, and we don't have the manpower to go and figure out what the fuck is going on.
Very well, we will report back. Is there a way that we can reach you easily? We do not have capability for planar sending.
He says, "Really? You can't send..." He kind of looks off to the side, and Renki says, "They are actually on the Prime, I think, but I can read their beacon." He nods his head at her and goes, "I think you can use..." He gestures vaguely at the area around him and himself. "This thing to contact Renki?" And then he looks off to the side where he's like clearly looking at where she's standing. And then he looks back at you and says, and nods. Apparently, yes. If you can repeat whatever this is, it should go across planar boundaries. You can tell that he's still kind of uneasy. He kind of got used to the fact that he was a hologram for a minute, and now that you've drawn his attention to it, he's very uneasy about it.
I mean, fair enough, you know.
So Griffle will be able to initiate this.
Yeah.
After this. Okay.
Basically, the ship sent Renki a ping when she gave permission. So
Okay.
This was halfway initiated by the ship anyways.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is there anything else we could do to assist?
If it's not too much trouble, a report of what you know of the enemy. Probably a lot of his information we already have, but submitting it and trying to make it clear you're not leaving anything that might be tactically advantageous to us out of the report might be something we can add to the stack. I'd say just keep doing what you're doing. I'd say if it was up to me, I'd trust you still. I don't think you're trying to pull a fast one on us, or if you are, you're way too smart for me to be able to suspect whatever you're doing anyways. So he's basically going to say, if you'll give us a description of all the stuff that you did, that you've done fighting against the Imperium and against the Whis, like that sounds good to me.
I don't think there's anything we wouldn't tell them, right? Is there anything we would deliberately like hold back from them?
He's not asking for this like right this second. It's more along the lines of you can write up a detailed report and give it to us so I can, file it away as official Legion communication. Especially if a lot of this turns out to be verifiable information, that'd be very helpful for anyone who's looking at this and it looks bad in the future.
Can he give us coordinates for where the 4th Tactical is supposed to be?
He does.
Okay.
So he doesn't know exactly how to describe it, but Renki would say that she could put in the beacon a feel of where it is.
And could she also put? Do they know where Bess Mahiz is, or did we already have that?
He nods and says, "She's there, hypothetically speaking, in the same as the recon station."
Okay.
That's in. Kind of looks over at Renki for a second, and then looks back and says, "You would call it orbit. It's an orbit above the ground that she's on." And you hear Renki say from the side, "Planet, sir." "Fine, planet."
Wait, so the Sphinx is on the planet, and the 4th Tactical is in orbit?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, just one planet. That'll be easy enough.
So he lets you know that, and he says, "Good luck." And yeah. I hope I'm mostly alive to see what comes next. He does a small salute, that the Legionare salute, and then steps fully out of the little ring, and the illusion vanishes.
Iron, sir.
So, what to next?
All right. The
White
Sphinx.
Sands?
White Sands.
Yeah.
All right.
Sands.
Just a
The
heads up, we have 20 minutes left of session.
Yep. So the ship fires up. The ring lights very brightly. The whole ship sort of distorts as it becomes more oval shaped than circular. The envelope of power around the ship sort of fills it with fire. And this sensation and the sort of understanding of what's happening is different now that you guys are captain. The ship is much more expressive about explaining what it's doing. Also, it feels way weirder. From the ship's perspective, and from the perspective of the captain, when the ship is being moved from one plane to another, it doesn't actually feel like normal travel. Instead, what it feels like is like the ship is inside of a closed book, and it is pulled out of the book and moved to another page. There is this sensation of like pressure from the ship when you move from one plane to another. And the sensation of going up and down on the planes is unmistakable. And now that you know what it means, you can sense that the feeling of going back and forth on the different planes, it's not something that anyone would be able to miss. You wouldn't be able to get to another plane and not realize that you weren't now much more positive or much more negative. It is something that the ship knows in a way that and the way that it expresses to the captain what's going on. It's not like a readout. It's very visceral. You feel where you are, and you feel yourself and the ship ascending out of the prime material plane and into the astral sea. And then you can sense that you're kind of riding the line, a dipping area where the astral sea dips into the mortal world, a barrier between the edge of prime space and a piece of the astral sea. After a moment, the fire fades and the image around the shield drops. The shield is still there as you're in the black. You're in space. There's a void around you. And below you, there is this light blue, kind of aquamarine planet that has very, very bright, high white blue clouds and it is just incredibly bright seen from orbit. It almost looks like a jewel that it looks like a planet. You've seen what Sulba'an looks like from orbit, and it doesn't look anything like this planet. And when you appear out, you get the sensation of closeness, and you can feel the ship glide towards that sense of closeness. And there is, in the distance, a platform. It looks very similar to the 202nd recon platform that you guys saw in Guerderig, to the extent that it looks like this was built kind of like the same model, right? So if you think of like Roman legions, when they would build an encampment, they built it the exact same way every time. There were minor variations depending on where they were, but the basic blueprint is identical. That's what this place looks like. It looks pretty much identical to the 202nd recon station. It's just in space instead of being planet side. And you can see that there is some sort of translucent or mostly translucent barrier around the space station that looks a lot like the shield around your ship, although you're betting it's probably not as individually potent. Like, you don't think it's going to stop you from passing, but it probably creates some sort of atmosphere on the station. And you can see, the station is up above. What do you guys want to do? I thought I had a picture for this to a second, but maybe it's in the Discord.
Should we do the station first and then report back if things are okay?
Probably.
Did they not already state that it was empty?
They did.
Well, they said it was empty, but they said the person spun back immediately. So we don't know if they like attempted to investigate or anything.
Are we like flying close enough that we could see it? Like see if there would be people or
You can see it in the distance. I would say you guys are probably like a quarter mile from the station.
And this is time here passes more
Positive?
slowly.
Slightly slower.
Awesome.
Yeah, you're in a positive plane. So,
So
you're
they came
gaining
back
time on
immediately, but they might have spent more time here, like investigating.
Mhm.
Correct.
I
I
think we
I am
sh-
I am so glad that you caught that quickly.
I've seen Chronicles of Narnia.
I feel like there are way better time travel situations that you could have called on.
But, he stepped
So-
out of the wardrobe quickly.
Could we? I think we should fly closer and just see what we see without like.
Yeah,
Getting off.
agree. And
Can
we can use the beacon to like scan for signs of life as well, right?
Sure, if you want to. The beacon
Yeah.
doesn't do that automatically, but you can tell it to.
Yes, I would like to do so.
So you do so, and you can feel the beacon kind of wash over the ship, the recon station, and as it does, you get this immediate ping from the ship, and you see all along the deck of your ship little containers start to open as weapon platforms start to deploy.
What? Why?
Griffle, you get a ping in your ship from the helm saying that on the opposite side of the station there is an enemy warship.
But we don't see it.
Okay.
Enemy in what way?
Hostile.
Hostile in what way?
Yeah, identify the enemy.
1 second. I thought I had this pulled out. Hang on 1 second.
Well, it's not the Imperium. It shouldn't be the Imperium.
I mean, a warship.
No, why is this not here?
But they don't.
Oh my god,
They shouldn't leave the prime material.
that's not true. Where is this? I could have sworn it was in the Reach, but it is not in the Reach. Yes, it is in the Reach. Hang on. Why is it not pulling out of the map? There we go. So, put this on the map layer.
Acidic Thing ship.
Oh, we saw one of those before.
Yeah, we fought one of those before.
Is it just that one, Gary?
It shows up on things that there's just one Fang ship that is docked on the opposite side of the platform.
Oh, docked. Nice. Smile.
The beacon then immediately sends a ping back to you and says, "Enemy ship is attempting to send communications. Permission to jam communications, Captain."
Yeah,
Jam
I'd say so. This is the adversary, right? We know this is like the.
What if they took it over? Shouldn't we
Can
at least
we-
communicate?
Can we filter? We get the
Yeah.
filter one.
Yeah, do the
Hold
filter
on.
one.
Because in times gone by, Plucky has warned me that certain communications would be harmful to let through.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but it can like sanitize them.
Wait, is it trying to communicate with us or communicate with other?
Give me the sanitized one.
It is not
I've
attempting
done
to
it before.
communicate with you.
Yeah, it's sending communications out elsewhere, and Plucky is saying, should we
Okay.
prevent them from being able to communicate?
Oh, can we intercept
Oh,
and hear it?
Yeah, are we able to intercept it?
So Plucky will send back, interception of communication is plausible. It is going to attempt to do so and show you the systems needed to do it and ask you to make, the DM's going to ask you to make a dungeoneering check, please.
Can do, boss. Where is my token?
Hot take. Here's my hot take. That guy
Here I am.
who spun to the station and came back, he's an
An
agent.
adversary?
It's over.
Could be.
He's got a bad eyeball.
So the communications go out. You're able to not only jam the opposing communications, but we're able to get them. And the beacon kind of hums to life. You can't really tell exactly what the beacon is doing, but then Plucky says, communications appear to be a generic distress protocol sent, and then it sends you an image of the map and shows you that the protocol, the thing is being sent two places. One is very long range, being sent to the Black Fens, and then the other one is very short range, being sent to the surface of the planet.
Can we pinpoint where on the planet?
Yes. So basically, it's sending two distress signals. One of them as an extraplanar extraplanar sending to the Black Fens, and then one of them is a sending, but it's really short range. It's to to a place on the planet.
We note down the place and then block the signals.
Done.
How easy would it be for us to just destroy this ship real quick?
It's not a very powerful ship. You guys were able to take on a bunch of these, and there was a mothership going on. You're pretty confident that assuming this thing doesn't get away, you'd be able to take it out pretty quickly.
There's something we could learn from it before we take it out, though.
I think we should destroy the ship and then go into the thing.
Yeah.
Because I think there's
So
some mind shit going on in there.
you jam the thing, you finish getting the sweep from the ship, and the ship lets you know that there's no life signs on board the station. The ship reads as having a life sign, but it does not seem to have any life signs on board the ship can detect.
Gary, are aberrants considered alive?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
But the ship is biomechanical. Like, you guys know that from the last time you fought them.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
And
we
then-
register the ship as being alive.
Yeah, so register the ship as being alive. So as you guys are kind of there talking, the Fang ship detaches from the other side of the station, and then the alarm bells start going off on the ships, showing plane shift detected.
Kill it.
Kill it.
Yeah, destroy it.
All right, so you guys will get 1 round of firing in order to try to take it out. Everyone here plus the gunner can make a shot. So you get, what, 6 shots?
Okay.
Can you put the ship on the board?
That's what I'm doing right now. Sorry. Just
Ow, dog.
there you go. Let's try. I'm just gonna go in the order that's in Discord, and we'll go from the bottom first, which is Filibuster.
Which one is the one that makes it easier to hit? Is that Radiant?
Weapon,
Bitch.
platform, action. Acid lowers enemy defenses.
Does indeed.
So maybe like acid first so we can hit really hard.
Mhm.
Ah!
All right, Filibuster. If you're
But Radiant also will illuminate it for easier targeting.
That's true.
Is it the same? -2 to defenses and Radiant. Radiant doesn't make it easier to see. It just makes it so no concealment, which is not the same.
it's the 7th, right? Today, or the 15th.
26th.
What?
The 26th.
He means
August?
in game.
In game, it's the 15th, right?
Oh.
Morin,
The
Ah.
15th? No, this would be the 17th.
the 17th. Okay.
Yeah,
It's been a while since we updated the ship, and the ship is at full power.
because the
The ship's
16th
at
was
full
Reaping Night,
power.
and we rested after.
Okay, I'm gonna roll acid because I think the defenses is better.
So to be clear, the ship is not at 62; it's at 100% power.
So the Radiant will give it vulnerable 20 also, and deal extra damage if it's aberrant.
What exactly does vulnerable?
Well, let's do Radiant because that kind of sticks.
More damage.
I'm liking. Should I do 2 power, augment 2?
Yeah,
Sure.
All right, fuck it up.
that's the
I'm
one that gives it
talking-
vulnerable.
Also, the ship is
Bang,
from the past
35.
rest is the first time it's ever been fully powered since you guys have had it.
Is its health correct? 886?
No.
I rolled.
35 definitely hits for 172.
Plus 68?
Plus
Question mark?
68.
It is aberrant, so yep. And then 68.
It's also
it is
vulnerable 20 all.
It's bloodied.
bloodied. It is bloodied.
Love that for us.
It's living, right?
It is living.
Okay, I'll do necrotic.
The next person up is one of many. Yep.
I'll do augment 2. I'm not putting in any bonuses.
30 versus fortitude is also a hit. For 205
it.
damage, and it is
More
destroyed.
damage. Hooray.
So
That's like
you
the
did-
easiest battle we've ever done, guys.
Good job, everyone.
Man, level
The adversary has been
12.
eliminated.
at level 12, the adversary ain't shit.
Well, it's a scout ship. It's not really here to
I'm pretty sure the
Scouting
last
for
time we
what?
fought those ships, they took more than 2 hits.
They definitely did not.
Scouting for what?
There were just so many of them.
There were a lot of them, and there were bigger ships. that were
Should
like that.
we go to the thing or should we go to the planet?
I think we should go to the planet.
We don't want to
Wherever.
look. We don't want to peek in there at all. Just like
I mean, are we close enough that we can see what's going on?
you're gonna find a bunch of dead bodies. No.
9% of ship's power for that battle.
I assume
Nine?
that we're
Why
gonna find
not?
dead people.
You guys used 2 shots and then 5 to get here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm leaning towards planet, but I will
Same.
hold no.
I think we could probably come back later. Also, I want to see a Sphinx.
Yeah, we'll definitely come back
Also,
later.
I realize what I said is what we say a lot.
We'll come back later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Remember all of those alternate paths in the vaults that we said we would come back and investigate?
I bet there's a blacksmith in one of them.
So you guys fly down to Planet Side. Are you guys going to where the communication was trying to go to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there?
Or-
Can we
Is that equivalent to where the Sphinx is?
Yeah, can we scan for Sphinx life forms?
Not from orbit. Like the ship's pretty cool. It's got good sensors. It does not have scanned the whole planet from orbit sensors.
That didn't answer the question, though. Is the place the ship was trying to send to the same as where we think the Sphinx is?
I did not hear that question.
Okay.
And the answer to that question is yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then, of course.
Let's do it.
I suspect that the Sphinx may have the same issue that Bedivere may have had.
Oh no.
So you guys fly down towards the White Sands, and then as soon as you enter the atmosphere, there are these super high, sort of white-blue clouds that cover this immense expanse of sand down below. Even from a very long way off, as you guys are coming into the... Oh man, do I not set this up on another page? I'm sorry, hang on. I thought I had set up a splash screen for this, but I did not. So, and because it's sort of the thing to end the session on, I would like for it to be there. No, I did. It is there. What the fuck? Oh, I made a page and then left it blank because I'm brilliant. Hang on. I have the picture. I made the page for the picture, and then I just didn't put the picture on the page because I are smart. So let me put the picture on the page real quick, and then while it's uploading, I'll describe things. So you see, even from a distance, this sort of mountain-like structure, and as you come around, there are just a huge expanse of white sand dunes going in every direction. And there is this mountain kind of palace looking place that as you approach, it's very clear that this is something special, as there's very little you can see else in the desert. And the ship's communications are the ship is sweeping the mountain of sand. I wish I could have the picture to show you, but I will in a second. And when it does, it's sending back readings that there is some sort of life inside of the structure. So let me, as soon as this thing finishes loading. Sorry, guys. I thought I had this all done, but I didn't. Stop being a pain in my ass. All right. So, this is what you guys fly up on.
Ooh.
That's cool.
I can see her from here. Look in the hole. There it is.
There she is.
It's a Sphinx.
And something that you can, I'm glad you guys can see that. In the center, there is this just incredible statue of a Sphinx. You're pretty certain that it's a statue, but one of the things that isn't on here, that isn't on my version of this, is that here Where I just drew that little purple blob, there is what looks to be like a purple welt or sore or some sort of like living blob of tissue that is covering the bottom of the entrance to this place. And you see it very slowly oscillating like a beating heart. The blob itself looked like it's maybe 70 or 80 feet across. And it does kind of look like a purplish, like pustule or bruise that's sort of sitting in very stark contrast to the white stone and the white sand. As the ship kind of gets close enough to see all of this, you can tell that when the ship sends back, like it sends its sensors down into the ground, that something below where you guys are is very heavily warded. There are magical enchantments and wards and defenses that are spread throughout the desert in every direction that go on for about triple the distance in every direction that this entrance is tall. So the entrance is maybe 500 feet tall, and then for 2,000 feet in every direction, there is a gigantic ward that is in place that is many different overlapping wards in one another. And this is where we'll get started for next time. The entrance of the Palace of the Sphinx.
So we actually got a lot done today. I'm just putting it out there. We crossed off a lot of stuff on the list.
Yay!
Yay.
Even though it probably doesn't feel like it.
Feels like it to me.
No, I mean, we fixed Clotho and we're captains of our ship.
Fixed is a word.
Oh, Gary.
What?
You owe me.
Gotta narrow that down, because yes, the answer to that is yes.
Oh, Captain, my captain. Griffle personal quest. Gain full control of the crystal helm and have the ship recognize you as captain.
Yep. Get a cool thing?
Yep.
Concordance down?
Concordance limit removed.
Ooh.
And access to the full manifest and full control of the ship.
Yep.
We did it.
Woo-hoo. I don't know if I have to do much of anything. Pretty much all the other stuff that you've seen, the manifest stuff when I made that card, stuff that you guys have figured out over the time. But you guys do have complete control over the ship now. There's no stuff that you can't access anymore. The only thing that was left really was the hidden security logs and the ability to access security.
This is like one of those, go on this long personal quest and I'll make you the most powerful being in the universe. And you doing the quest makes you the most powerful being in the universe. There's not actually a reward when you get to the end.
It's more like you did it yourselves, I guess. Like, I don't want to say you did it the hard way, because that's not really true. But like, the way that you guys went about it is you 100% completed the area rather than getting the keys at the last boss. But yes, your concordance limit is removed, and I'll have to check with you later to see if there's any concordance stuff that we need to do. But thank you guys for coming to session. I'm glad we were able to. It was a little weird jumping back into it at first, but I think we got back into the groove by like, I don't know, 15 minutes after recap was over. Which sounds like I'm being dismissive, but no, like, felt like we're pretty in the zone for the whole session, which was a lot of fun.
It is good to be back.
We don't have the next session on the thingy.
We don't have anything else planned, so I'll put dates up.
Cool deal.
I'm going to
Thank you.
stop the recording here.
Okay. One last little thing.
Sorry.
One last little thing is not connected to this game, but I am working with a couple friends to make another game, and I am going to be trying to do a little bit of playtesting stuff. Kylie has been amazing in helping me with understanding math things when I'm very dumb about it, and Foxy has helped me understand how to Discord a bit better. So thank you to both of them. But also, if people are interested in playing the game of Dice Mice and helping me playtest a little bit, let me know. Poke me. And right now, I mostly need to make sure that character creation works the way that I want it to work. But also, my thing is, if you'll sit down and do me the favor of doing character creation with me, I will eventually run those characters through an adventure. Like, this isn't going to be just do character creation and nothing more. But so if any of you guys have time over the next however long, like a couple weeks, and you want to sit down and roll up a few mice, let me know, and then we can do that.
2 months worth.
Huh?
I'm doing 2 months worth. I don't know how far ahead you guys plan your calendars, but I plan pretty far ahead. So